on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line.
Where you been hiding at, Travis?
Life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like.
What are you doing so late?
I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot that multiplies. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. My hand steady. I'm ready to take this leap.
Welcome everybody. I didn't think you guys were going to be here tonight. You got here late, huh?
If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers want to keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Still black, Freddy shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back.
I might have to start setting an alarm clock for you guys.
No cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. But trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these
welcome.
Goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. On the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights. But out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me, I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut-wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe. And everything around me is
Thank you for joining us, guys. Sorry about the late start. I'll explain in a minute.
His prophets, to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live in the mood so fast. And everything around me is made of glass. And I want to let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions. But where the fuck is the light of my tunnel?
What do you mean some chick took your CBC shirt? What does that mean? Gambit?
They hand you a bill and they tell you to try to love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit, this family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent, I gave in. I was hell-bent, I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut.
Welcome everybody. Sorry, I was sharing it over on Facebook. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate everybody being here. Sorry we got to a late start, but you can blame Mariah, okay? That's why I smacked her around a few times before the show started. So she knows her place, and she knows it's definitely below me and definitely below the show.
I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back.
Now let's swap the music around. You guys can see my beautiful face in a minute.
You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your Huckleberry, I can quit.
You have both nostrils full of 8 balls, what? Like testicles.
Dress fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpower.
Makes sense, honestly.
I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you
I got you.
I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets.
Anyone noticed? No, I haven't noticed one called Friends Media. But I have noticed several of those channels that you and a group of your friends will all get shoved down your throat over and over and over and over and over again from the Intel channels. I have noticed that happening, but not that specific one. A couple different ones, though.
Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is my mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off.
All right, guys. Here we go. Give me just a second.
Place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders. They ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing. No.
What's up, everyone? I am Will Bird, the washed up gamer of the year. Thank you very much. Washed up gamer, knows how to use the software, doesn't know how to be a good gamer. That's why I'm out here every day hustling. Thank you for joining us tonight. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Will Bird, your host. Thank you for joining us live. Where are you calling in from, chat? No. Sorry for the late start. We had some family friends that stopped by that we hadn't spoken to in a while. We had me and the husband of the family friends had like a falling out. I honestly don't even remember what it was about, but they had seen the video. They had seen the video that I put out on the GoFundMe update. They want to stop by and check on us and let bygones be bygones. See, all you guys that say in my comments say I'm not good at holding a grudge. My best and only friend for 3.5 years, done, dead to me. But now we're back friends. They offered to help with the house any way they could, and I appreciate them stopping by. Again, thanks for joining us. Sorry we're late, but we're going again, ready to go. No matter where you're watching this at, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, make sure you hit that like button. And then if you're going to ring the bell, make sure you click the all beside bell and you'll get all the notifications. That way, YouTube won't single me out and try to shadow ban my content from you. If you're on Facebook, make sure you like the page and like the video. If you want to donate, you guys know how. Leave me a funny message if you use coltclub.com or if you use buymeacoffee.com. Leave me a funny message. I like to laugh when you guys send in donations. There's some funny ones out there, too. We still have the GoFundMe going on if that's how you met us. That's still going on for a while. I think our best option with nothing available might be land and maybe land in a double wide to be quick. I don't know. We're still looking at options, trying to figure something out. I appreciate all the help, and all the other people can go fuck themselves. But thank you guys for all your help. In other news, somebody sent me this picture. Luckily, I was able to reach out to this guy. This is we might have an inside interview with this guy coming up. I don't know. But here he is, the one and only. This guy works for Jason Q. He is the head of Jason Q's electronics production department. And when I spoke to him, he sent me this picture to prove it that he was over here doing some of Jason's wiring. This is the Jason Q show producer. We finally found him. Thank God he's got a tech guy in there to make sure his microphone is the right way up. I'm pretty sure he's willing to come on record and let us know about Jason Q and about how he was able to set this system up for him so he could broadcast and be the secretary of the world, okay? Secretary of the world. If he's willing to come forward and talk, I'll keep him anonymous. Well, I kind of showed his picture, but after this, I'll keep it anonymous. He just needs to step forward and talk. Now, one of you guys sent this in, Mike, I think, sent this in on Facebook Messenger. I thought it was pretty funny. They literally said, look, Jason Q hired a tech guy. Look at this shit down here. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is DJ D Streets. Look at that. Iraqi's finest. Anyways, #gamer. #gamerbro. Anyways, the first video we're gonna watch for this story, the very first video we're gonna take part in here, is one I don't think a whole lot of people saw it, and if you did, you didn't tell me about it except for maybe 2 people, and it's got a pretty interesting topic. It is a Michael Jaco personal meeting room video, the personal meeting room of Michael Jaco. It has one Mr. Scott, not too hot, McKay, and our favorite, Hurston W. The may or may not be a full-blown Chinese spy.
How's the lighting on this end? Does it look good to you guys?
By the way, I didn't start. That's the start of this video. I didn't start it in a weird spot. It literally starts with Scott asking how he looks. How's the lighting here? Do I look all right? Is my face glowing?
So how's the lighting on this end? Does it look good to you guys?
Yeah, the curtains.
The Singaporean intel slinger. The Singaporean slinger.
Lovely. All right.
Hey, look, man, Dennis.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, and I have 2 amazing.
They just shut up when he went. They finally like, You can even see Scott's face change. He's like, "Oh, we're live."
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have two amazing guests. I have Scott McKay.
So how is the lighting on this end? Does it look good to you guys?
Yeah, let's the curtains.
There we go.
Not sure what's going on there.
That was a couple.
That was my other thing coming.
There's
through.
feedback coming back through.
Scott McKay.
He's trying to deny he was asking about that. I don't know what that is. That wasn't me. That wasn't me talking about the lighting. I'm not sure what that is. That was you 2 seconds ago asking about the lighting. What do you mean you don't know what that is?
Kay and Kirsten W. Joining me.
What's up, Paul?
It's been a while since we've been together, guys. So it's lovely to see you guys again. Lots going on in the world. We'll talk about it. Let's.
Kirsten W. has been slaving over her inbox, intelling so hard she has worked through her sleeve.
Scott, you want to tell us, what's going on with your program?
No, that's a design choice. It's a style. She's looking good. I like Kirsten.
Yeah, I'm on the run, of course, on the tour, and
All right, so there are going to be some. First of all, I would like to say in honor of Intel Lady, she thanks us for shouting out her video and said that she got a subscriber bump. So thank you guys for going over there subscribing to Intel Lady. On behalf of Intel Lady, I would like to say, first of all, this video is for satire purposes only. Second of all, there are going to be some outrageous claims in this video. I'm talking about full-blown conspiratorial government poisoning of civilians in a certain area at a certain meeting, and no evidence, of course, just lots of claims. I do not condone, endorse, believe, support anything with any of these claims, just to let you know.
every hotel's a different lighting setup, and I come in here. Dennis has got lights everywhere. I didn't know
Oh, now he's trying to justify. How's my nose look? Is it too shiny? Is it?
they taught you that shit at Bud's, dude. You guys have some amazing skill sets that I had no clue actually existed. So
Oh yeah, we're pretty amazing when it comes to presenting ourselves. So
he's one.
we get a chance to get in the limelight because we're always in the background, all camoed up and crawling around. We would okay, we actually get to be in the limelight, yeah. So then we excel. It's good.
I'm afraid he's going to want to elbow himself in here for a shot at a show. What are his true motivations? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I thank him for his service, but his lighting looks like shit. Why is this area dark and this area over here is bright as fuck? It's literally whiting out on your microphone, and it's a red and black microphone. Come on now.
He'll probably be poking his head and hey,
Sideways. Hey guys.
exactly.
So
they're not real good at small talk. I've noticed that. Like they like to showboat and they like to throw their intel around. They're not great at small talk.
For Clay Clark's event.
What happened?
Uh-oh.
So Kirsten, you want to go ahead while he's
The Street Fighter's down.
Okay, so do you want me to share my screen?
Oh, by the way, don't forget tomorrow we'll have our musician friend on. I probably should have announced that again or made a promo for it today. I got tied up, but yeah, we'll have. Damn it, I'm so bad at names. What's the guy's name? It starts with a K, 2 Ks. Is it Ken Carson? Is that it? Ken Carson, the veteran song guy. Yeah, Ken Carson. All right, he'll be on tomorrow at 8 p.m. We're going to do a show with him, so don't let me forget his name, especially tomorrow. God, that would be embarrassing. But he'll be on to talk about some of his music and what's going on with him and who he is and blah, blah, blah. Thank you for tuning in tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
Give you the stuff. Can you see it or no?
Yeah, let's go ahead and you can share the screen. We'll do your intel. Hopefully, Scott will.
I am legit really bad at names. If I ever fuck that up, I just can't help it.
Be able to work through the
Okay.
you got going on there.
All right. So I did mention to you that Putin said that
Jaco's head is a reptilian. It is a separate beast from his body. That's why he can swap it on that head of him that's in the thong, the red thong posing in his backyard, and he can swap it on his other body that's wearing the polo shirt that does the interviews. His head is just the entire reptilian being.
that 95% of the
Hey there, man.
events in
Hey, beer man, Dwayne Boudreaux. Is it just me or does Scott have some brown stuff on his nose? Always. Ba-doom-tsh. Got him. Got him. Thank you very much for that. Buy me a coffee, buymeabeer.com/cold beer.
the world are caused by the CIA, okay?
Absolutely.
And
Yep.
the other line is this.
Are you talking to me, Tony?
The other line is 7
Hey,
out
beer
of
man.
10
What's up?
plane crashes are targeted.
By the way, I don't want to get too technical in this video, but I'm pretty sure didn't we get a close up of this right here? So there is a close up photo of this email inbox that she probably should have not shown on screen. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Somebody pulled it. I think it was Char pulled it from it. Let me see if I can find it. Bow. Hold on, I'm scrolling through now. Yeah, I appreciate those people stopping by, being the bigger person. Clearly, I'm just petty and would have let it go on for way too long. But yeah, an old friend stopped by and decided to reach out and say that they were concerned about what was going on, and they wanted to make sure that we knew that they were there for us and all that. It was pretty nice. We appreciate that very much. So, what was that? It? Nope. Aha! I just saw it. Okay. So when we go to this inbox, I'm not going to put it on the screen, but we go to this inbox and zoom in. We've got different messages here. One's about a Zoom link today with Michael Jaco. The other one's about thank you. Just want to thank you for the fast delivery of the books. Okay. Illegal Immigrant Holding Center. Hi, Chehurston. I filmed this on Facebook Live while in Laredo. Okay. Arizona official injured in plane crash. What my source in Arizona just said about Arizona. And that's from a person. She's going to call that her own source, but clearly it seems like it's sourced from someone else. A payment she received. This probably not should be shown on your inbox. Saturday's electric at Philip Gazebo. That's the little gazebo party they had. Saturday's electric at Philippi Gazebo? Felipe Gazebo. I finally worked through it. Then we got one from, let's see what's next. No added to your Evo order. Okay. James O'Keefe is asking her to apply at Project Veritas today. That's actually something I got too. I don't think he's specifically asking you. She got something from Rumble, something from Just the News. Watchdog says FBI greatly mishandled Nasser USA gymnastics case. Okay. Then she's got one that's very interesting. And it says it's from between her and Scott McKay. And it says reply. Cease and desist is the title. And then it goes into the first line of the email reads as follows. And I quote. So these fucking douchebags from the Frog News Network who know, and then that's all we can read out of the message preview. I swear to God, that's what it says. Straight from there, that is a direct quote. It says Scott McKay, RE : cease and desist, dash. So these fucking douchebags from the Frog News Network who know, and then it cuts off. We're gonna have to figure out what all this is about. Let's check it out.
Targeted kills. And I have confirmation on the.
By the way, we'll listen to it, but if she's claiming that she has an Arizona intel source and then someone else is saying my source in an email, you don't have a source. You have someone that has a source.
Plane crash that involved one of the counters.
Never show your full inbox like this.
If You know what I mean?
Never, ever, 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 ever show your foil inbox like this. I don't care if you've went through it and scrubbed it and done this. You'll forget something, or someone will show you an email while you're live, send you one, and something you don't want to see, your address, a bill come in or something. You don't show your email inbox like this ever.
Accounting things in Arizona, right? And
Thank you
here's
for that,
the
Char.
confirmation. Okay, I filmed. Oh no, this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. Hold on. This is the same guy, but I did the wrong one here. Okay, so what my source in Arizona
Oh, okay, she's just reading this person. Never mind.
said about the Arizona counter,
Mhm.
that was injured in a plane crash. Yes, that actually happened. Nothing in the mainstream media. That actually happened past Saturday early morning. Yes, it was one of the gentlemen working with Liz Harris, and he
That's
did
exactly right.
get some burns, but he did get admitted to the hospital for some burns, but he's fine. He was actually on a Zoom call with us on Sunday morning from his hospital bed. So yes, 7 out of 10 plane crashes are targeted kills. Okay, shall I go on?
Let me give you everyone some insight on that. There are devices that basically can be set to explode at a certain altitude. Now they can arm themselves at that altitude or just before that altitude, and then when they hit that altitude, that's when they go off. They can be also,
That is true.
as the plane starts to come down,
That is true.
they can activate themselves as well. So they can go to high altitude, maybe 30,000 feet, and they're like, click. And then when it gets down to, let's say, a lower altitude, that's when it goes off. So that is what is often used in these events. So Scott, you're like sideways. So being a demolition expert, I can, tell you guys that, yeah, there's definitely a lot of that going on. I don't know why you're sideways, Scott. So,
Hey, sideways Scott, let's go.
Sure.
there we go. That's better.
I think I look better sideways, actually.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about that sideways, somebody sticking their head in sideways, and look what happened. All right, Kirsten, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm the only one around the 6th or the 7th that reported that Justice Roberts was nabbed. Can we say the A word or not, Mike?
Yeah, definitely not the A word.
Uh-oh, not the A word. I wouldn't do the A word either.
If we make a mistake, we make a mistake. But there's code words that we can use to talk around that.
So he was nabbed, and I have to add 2 more things. He was nabbed, and basically this will confirm that he was nabbed, and he was blocking the NESARA and GESARA for 16 over years. So yesterday it was cleared because he was nabbed a week ago. I reported this a week ago on the 7th, and now they're catching up with me and they're confirming it. Also, in this little article, they did not mention that he was involved with what can I say, of Justice Scalia. He was picking a new replacement along with Hillary Clinton and John Podesta, who might not be along with us on this earth anymore. Those two, but let's put it that way. So they didn't mention the fact that he picked the replacement for Justice Scalia before. Justice Scalia was waterworks. That's what they call it. And then they didn't also mention the fact that he was. Well, they did mention that he was. Let's go to the article. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Receiving their notifications and access to a percentage of their funds because of stiff NDAs. No one wants their accounts frozen for breaking their NDA terms. ...
She's literally watching one of those Rumble robot voice Intel videos and using it as her Intel. Are you kidding me? What? It would have seemed more authentic if you would have just printed off the transcript and read it yourself. The robot voice said ... Who the...
He said that among for breaking their NDA terms. He said that among arrests No coincidence that the same day F&P payouts started, last Wed night the 7th of July. On or before that day, Chief Justice John Roberts was served an unsealed indictment and arrested quietly. Roberts' sealed indictment was prepared.
You know how much validity an unnamed, faceless, nameless Rumble channel that uses a robot text-to-speech program has? Why would that nameless, faceless Rumble channel robot lie to you? Of course it's true.
In advance, charging him with pedophilia, child trafficking, Epstein Island
Semicolon.
visits, taking billions in deep state bribes, diverting $9.1 trillion from Building 7 stolen by Bush Jr. Cheney on the 11th of September 2001, and paying it to Clintons for CIA Rockefeller deep state clowns. Security teams had to have Roberts arrested and stopped because he was one of the cabal point persons that repeatedly
Cabal.
for the last 16 years blocked Nasara, Gacera, and thereby blocked the GCR RV release by blocking the F&Ps, fines and penalties,
Oh, God.
PPs, from being paid out and blocking notifications and
Dot.
being delivered to PP recipients. So no more of that garbage is blocking anymore, which is one of the
They just said this is an official report, and it says, so no more of that garbage is blocking any more of those key reasons, F and P's.
key reasons. F&Ps, bond payouts, and the unstoppable progression toward T4B starting is underway this week still. See
Even if you're going to use this shitty intel source that is a computer robot voice on a Rumble channel, print off the transcript and read it yourself.
Okay, there you go. A little.
Okay, there you go. That's what the robot lady said. You do with that what you want. I'm just here delivering the robot lady.
A little confirmation on my information a week later.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Scalia was definitely taken out. There's no question about that. I had heard through the grapevine as well that Roberts was involved in that, and he
That's
seemed
right, Carolyn.
to be picking his replacement like a week before. So that's very interesting. Of course, they didn't let the Dems come in with their replacement. It was held over until, fortunately, until Trump came in. So
And
that
what-
was good. That was a good play by the good Republicans. So
You know what's really funny? The military's funny because the 7th of last year, Justice Roberts had an accident and ended up in the hospital. So the 7th of July this year, he was nabbed.
Interesting.
That's amazing. You know what else is funny? I was born on the 15th, and I predict that white hats will take me out on the 15th. That is funny. See how that works? There are no coincidences.
What do you think, Scott?
You know, that I think the stark indicator reality of Roberts was the fact that Lynn Wood had been so publicly attacking him,
Yep.
as a pedophile, as a, illegal adopter, all those kind of things. And, up until that point in time, I hadn't heard anybody attacking Roberts as a Satanist scumbag except me. And I was like, wow, I guess.
Oh, of course, except me. I hadn't heard anybody doing this except for me, the most badass Patriot Street Fighter badass in the world badass. I got you.
On the right track because, he can get away with it because he is a defamation attorney, which means if they were really going to try to push back on that, they would have sued him and they'd have got crushed. Me, I mean, man, and I thought, well, what if these guys come after me and sue me for defamation of character? I'm like, great. The only thing you're going to get out of me are like hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical bills. Come and take me on. I'd love to hand them over to you. Go fork yourselves. But so I've got a deterrent.
What a badass.
Yeah, they don't like that at all. They try to screw everybody over on the medical stuff. Everybody. So that's a hot button for them. Yeah. So that's a good block for them. Good job.
Yeah.
Okay,
Come
Mike.
get her, boys. Come get it.
I got a last little video that was sent to Nino and I from our video yesterday. And here we go. They sent it to me, and I guess he got it too. Hey, Nino Boxer, Kirsten W, did you see this? David, I know you were probably thinking towards the fall, but I have to agree with Kirsten that it's probably going to be way sooner, like in August. Remember, September, they're going to try to mandate all
Oh
the
no.
jabs in the military and hospitals. And
That's
here,
Get him, Nino Boxer.
girl,
For it,
wait.
So breaking news, of course, from Channel 7 Samantha, breaking news. It has been confirmed that packets were handed out at CPAC that basically stated 7 steps on how to reinstate, wait for it, President Donald J. Trump within, wait for it, not years, but days. So I think things have absolutely escalated in the past couple weeks. So breaking news.
Okay, so that's all I have for you guys.
Literally no proof other than someone just saying the word breaking news and then making something up in her car. Got it.
That's good because I was bringing up those points as well about it's getting close to the like September 1st. There's a lot of things that kick off.
Can I close her off? I don't even know how to do this. Stop. Oh shoot. Wait, hold on. Oh wait, stop it. Okay. Oh, why can't I stop her? Okay, here we go. Sorry. Oh, as you know, I'm a
Wow.
savvy. There you go. Okay.
So yeah, there's that thing, the Jabberwocky that's supposed to really start to press on that really hard in September 1st. There's some other things that are supposed to come down. So it's almost like it's got to do it, got to come in, you know. So we'll see, because a lot of people are saying maybe September, October, keep pushing these dates around because, you know, in the past it wasn't as imperative that it happened, I think, but now I think things are really coming to a head. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, I can tell you, just a personal experience, what we recently had. These guys they're certainly fighting. They're fighting for their lives. I can tell you, this past weekend, I think we might have talked about this, Mike, in the past, but when we had that Clay Clark event in Tulsa
Okay.
a few months back, we got hit with a toxin, and that was actually.
Excuse me? You got hit with a what? When we had that Clay Clark event out in Tulsa a few weeks back, we got hit with a... Did you say a toxin? What? Are you telling me that the government's performing chemical warfare in Tulsa, Texas
This
on U.S. civilians?
past weekend, I think we might have talked about this, Mike, in the past, but when we had that Clay Clark event in Tulsa a few months back, we got hit with a toxin, and that was actually proven in the lab. I think it might have been Dr. Bartlett, but when we had that Clay Clark event in Tulsa a few months back, we got hit with a toxin.
Toxin?
It was actually proven in the lab. I think it might have been Dr. Bartlett might have had it tested. So a number of us went down. There was about 18 people. I know got hit with
Sent to
Oh,
Nino
sorry. That was my fault.
video.
some of my events, but I know, you know, I'll make sure that I'm in really tough shape right now. I'm struggling as hard. We got hit with a toxin.
Okay,
And
here
it
you
was
go.
actually proven in the lab. I think it might have been Dr. Bartlett might have had it tested. So a number of us went down. There was about 18.
Prove it in a lab. I think it might have been Dr. Bartlett. It might have had it tested, and he's apparently proved it, but we have no evidence, no printout, nothing to share, no testimony, no nothing. It's just me saying it and saying someone else proved it, not me.
People I know Ricky Skaggs was in ICU. I think somebody else on life.
Now he's going to name everybody that's been sick, everybody's maybe had COVID, everybody's maybe had the flu, everybody that's ever had this, and tag it all to that. At an event that large, okay, even if you're telling 100% the truth, at an event that large, people packed that close together, even in a non-COVID year, some people are coming home sick. It's just the odds of the thing.
Or maybe Dave Scarlett, one of his people. Can't remember exactly. I went down. A number of people went down, and that's kind of suspicious. How that
I bet you went down.
And I know this
He's
past weekend
nuts.
at Penn State, we had another event there, same venue that I did a Patriots
Same thing, Penn State. We had another venue there.
Street Fighter event. We had a tour event there, and we actually had it inside the same complex. It was supposed to be outdoors, but I paid like $1,000 to have it indoors in case there was rain. But we got hit, every member of my family who was there is down, including a little girl who's in really tough shape right now. I'm struggling. It's hard to get on a plane yesterday in Cincinnati to get here. I've been in bed for 2 days. All of my team, my security guys, the guys running the merchandise, Sasha Stone, his whole team got hit hard. They're down. I think Lee Dundas is having a hard time. Her assistant, Brittany, I just talked to her today. She's struggling a little bit. She's young, so she probably kind of sidestepped it a bit. But pretty much everybody that they would have wanted to target.
So everybody he knows has been attacked by a chemical weapon. Everybody that he considers a prime target has been attacked by this chemical weapon. Had 2 events where the only thing in common was Scott. How do we know Scott is not spreading this chemical or biological weapon? Somebody check his bags.
They targeted
and his chaps.
So I think that obviously they're desperate. I know, I'll make sure that I get to the events this weekend, but I can tell you, and it's no secret, I'm going after these people really hard right now. Going after them really hard. And so obviously there's, they're going to do what they can to try to shut people like me up. But that's no coincidence. Another girl who was sitting in the front row, same thing. She's, I won't mention who she is in her profession, but they would be happy. The government, having known that there are people that are inside, the apparatus of government that are actually following along and attending some of my events, but they're obviously in deep shit. They know it. So they're using whatever weapons they can to come get us. I have no idea on timelines or dates or what's happening there, but it's kind of an indicator that if these dates are starting to look like there's a possibility that
is that what it is? The dates are starting to look like it's a possibility of an indicator of something may happen on this other day with this other indicator. If you add it up, it looks like it's a possibility over here. Come on. There's no possibility that you were fucking attacked by a chemical agent in Tucson.
Obviously in deep shit. They know it. So they're using
come on.
They can to come get us. I have no idea on timelines or dates or what's happening there, but it's kind of an indicator that if these dates are starting to look like there's a possibility that the ultimate outcome we're waiting for is about ready to happen, then it makes sense. This past weekend, I went after Coach Franklin, Penn State, Big Ten powerhouse football.
Of course you did.
Talking kids into getting the jab so they get the stadium opened up. They're also giving kids, I don't know if it's a raffle or they're just automatically giving them it's like $1,000 or a signed football by Franklin if they get the jab. And of course, that just sent me right over the edge. And I'm in a church. I'm actually in a church setting calling the guy a piece of shit. And
Hey, Beer Man.
Hey, Beer Man. Want to say hi, Mariah, Liam, and Ollie. Thank you very much. About 10 six-packs. I appreciate it. Scott's droning on. I just wanted you to see that he was attacked by a chemical weapon. Then we got something else to show. I promise it gets pretty good right here.
I look at it this way. If these people are going to go to these measures and these extremes to basically ramp up their kill machine on humanity, then I have nothing else to do except the responsibility to go full throttle attacking these people. So there's definitely something happening here. There's no question that both sides are ramping up the intensity.
Yeah.
Well, there are 4 people that passed recently. 3 of them were heads of different countries that didn't want the jab. That would be Haiti President Jovenel Moise, who was murdered in July. We have Tanzania President John Magufuli, who died in March 2021, and Madagascar head Didier Ratsakar, who died.
Madagascar. Who the hell is that, Kurt Chahurston? Madagascar?
Who died in March 2021, and Madagascar head Didier Ratsakar, who died in March 2021, both the same month. And of course, also we have to say Christopher Sine, who was murdered in Alabama. The guy
Madagascar, okay.
About the tarmac meeting between Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch, and he was going to put out a book on how the Clintons were extracting adrenaline, you know what I'm saying, right? Adrenaline from the children.
You made me a promise, chat. You made me a promise. When I die, you make sure that the stuff in the paper about me is right. that the rampage, the counts, the amounts of ammunition, everything is right. I have a feeling that's why I'm going to go out. But do not let them take this away from me and say that it was a government psyop, or that I was controlled, or had a brain alien that took me over. This is all of my own free will and volition.
And he was going to testify at Bill Clinton's tribunal, so he was taken out. We also know that basically about 2 months ago, I had reported from my intel that all the helicopters, and I had video showing all the helicopters in Brussels, because 60,000 troops were sent out from the Pentagon in Brussels to get NATO in Switzerland, to get the Octagon Group and the CIA, that all ran over there from, what is Langley, Virginia, from Guatemala, the ones that were displaced from North Korea, and also from, the German Frankfurt base that they seized, whom their head, the lady, right? I can't even say her name properly. Gina. Anyway, so they all, that's the second place they were
Madagascar.
headed, the troops. And the third place they were headed is for Israel, which, the head of the Mossad stepped down. And as you do more checking, you would know that the United States government does not own the FCC, the CIA, or the FBI. They only own shares in them. They don't really.
Oh, they only own shares in them.
Also, we have the Navy moving after the blackout in Pearl Harbor.
What?
All the Navy that was moving from all the different spots, Seattle, New York, Chicago. They were all moving out, and one of them entered one of these big submarines.
Hold on.
The Navy moving after the blackout in Pearl Harbor. We had all the Navy that was moving from all the different spots, Seattle, New York, Chicago. They were all moving out.
I knew that she thought when she said Port Chicago that she was actually talking about Chicago. I knew it. We talked about it last time. I said, do you think that she knows this? That Port Chicago is in San Diego, California? She has no idea. They're leaving from Seattle and New York and Chicago, all the big places.
And one of them entered, one of these big submarines entered Gibraltar.
Yeah, it probably went straight there from Chicago. It went through the Great Lakes underground tunnels that dump out into the ocean, and one of them pops out at the Rock of Gibraltar.
Where, one of these big submarines entered Gibraltar, where, a bunch of people were deceased from what.
Deceased from what? Do we know what? Are we sure? I don't know if we do know what.
And the other ones are all traveling. You have the other container ships that are traveling.
That's right, Patty.
You have, what do you call it? Alice. Go to Mel Q's thing. You'll see all the ships. She tracks every single ship. So it's a lot's going on. Yeah.
Yeah. So speaking of those ships, I have a friend. I've been reporting on this, and I felt this on an intuitive level that they're going to try and shut down the food supply. And I've been reporting on it. People have been pushing back, like, I don't see anything like that. Well, I pointed out a couple of things, some stuff going on in Canada, and I just reported on some other stuff that I've been seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And someone just shared with me that a lot of truckers, so they went and actually talked to a trucker at one of these truck stops where there was lots of trucks sitting idle. And they were told that lots of vegetation that's in some of these, the container ships that come over and release stuff, and there's in these containers that the trucks just back up and then they're put on, and then they take off and go to other places throughout the country.
Yeah, Connex.
They're sitting until the stuff rots. So they're there's definitely a movement to disrupt the supply, the food supply, guys. So just definitely, you know, we all, I know the three of us have always been, you know, promoting that people have enough food and supplies to, you know, weather through, you know, any kind of situation, whether it be natural, whether it be man-made. So definitely, you know, don't fall back on that. I know probably a lot of you just nothing ever happened. So you went through your supplies, which is good. You want to go through them, but keep them stocked up in the event that, you know, stuff goes down. I still believe
all this is just a big ass pitch for food buckets. Come on.
That's very, very high possibility right now. We'll probably talk more about that as we move through our conversation.
Yeah, I mean, also, if you're talking about the food supply, they blocked 80% of the traffic coming into LA, which is a major port, because they have those Club K containers with the missile, that they can aim in any direction. There's 4 in each container.
So Club K is the Khazarians, which means the Jews. And then they have the containers that's missiles. So it's a container that fires missiles.
And there's only 2 places in the U.S. that can take them out. And one of those containers ended up...
There you go. There's Matt Moore on tour in the chat. Thank you, Matt, for sharing some of my videos and stuff. Matt runs he's got a YouTube channel. And he also runs... What is the official Open Media One? Is that the official Telegram name? Open Media One on Telegram, I think is what it is.
Costco location in Denver. Of course, you know Denver Airport is CIA West.
Oh, Denver Airport, CIA West. Are you guys taking notes?
The only 2 locations that can take them.
But don't get close enough to Los Angeles because they got the Khazarian missile chambers that will take you out.
Down. One is located in Tennessee, and one is located...
Oh, no. What happened? Don't beseech the name of my beautiful state.
Containers with the missile, that they can aim in any direction. There's 4 in each container, and there's only 2 places in the U.S. that can take them out. And one of those containers ended up at the Costco location in Denver.
Those were the missiles that you could buy at Costco, the Khazarian Costco missiles.
Of course, you know Denver Airport is CIA West. And the only 2 locations that can take them down.
I know what you're talking about, Hotel 25. If we end up having to open up our search a little bit wider than this area, and I just have to drive the kids to school every day and pick them up, there are a few more properties available. Thank you for letting us know.
One is located in Tennessee, and one is located in Georgia. So yes, there's a lot of those Club K containers.
We got Tennessee Khazarian Costco missiles. Jesus Christ. I just went to Sam's Club and only bought half a dozen. And you're telling me I could have bought a 52-pack? A 52-pack? Probably the same price, too. You always get more when you buy in bulk.
And they open up, and 4 of those things come out. There you go. From China, of course. Of course.
Oh, China.
Mafia, the Club K containers.
Who is your username Dipshit Sister? Oh, you guys trip me out sometimes. Singaporean.
Yeah, and that would be a something that goes. Whoosh.
Yeah.
What she's talking about, guys, because it might be a little over somebody said there. Give you a little bit extra.
So Scott was poisoned. Okay, here's what's up. If you didn't get what I was saying when I said the Jews are selling missiles through Costco, let me give you this little Michael Jaco hint. Psst. Does that make you understand any better? One more time, okay? Make sure nobody from YouTube's watching. Okay, this is the way I'm going to secretly describe that I think the Jews sell missiles from Costco. Psst. I hope you got that. That's the last secret signal I'm giving tonight. I don't know if you saw it, but I also wrote satanic ritual child abuse on the inside of my lip. Permanent marker. Be looking for it. It's the next sign.
What do you think, Scott?
I think I'm glad we have Space Force, because without that,
Oh my God. You guys can't keep. This charade is what you got. I'm glad we got the Space Force mission because they're out here taking surrender of the Galactic Empire. And I just saw a documentary where this little raccoon is the pilot and he has a friend who is a tree.
Airport is CIA.
Speaking of which, Chahurston, you kind of look like that green girl on there. The blue. She's got a sister. It's half android. You seen that? You seen that documentary?
West. And the only two locations that can take them down, one is located in Tennessee and one is located in Georgia. So yes, there's a lot of those Club K containers, and they open up and 4 of those things come out. There you go. From China, of course. Of course, they name them after the Khazarian mafia, the Club K containers.
Yeah, and that would be a something that goes. Whoosh.
Yeah. Oh shit! I let him give out our secret intel again. Damn it!
Yeah.
What she's talking about, guys, because it might be a little over somebody's head there.
Can a bishop get up? Brother Laurie, preacher Laurie, can I slow it down and put it on you smooth and silky like a maple syrup? Can the bishop get a $2,500 check? It's not been canceled. Can the bishop get a
Give you a little bit extra. What do you think, Scott?
I think I'm glad we have Space Force, because without that, who knows where we'd be today.
Who knows where we'd be without Space Force? Honestly, we'd be in the exact same position that we are right now without the secret Space Force.
I think I'm glad we have Space Force, because without that, who knows where we'd be today.
I've got it. We're watching it tonight, Carillion.
And again, these guys having that, having those container, mechanisms. I got to wonder what the hell they're thinking. Like, they've already known that a number of these have been rendered inert. Like, they think that the guys at Space Force are going to take a day off here or there, where they can actually slip one through. I don't.
Scott, where do you think space begins? And where do you think that missiles from a multiple fire rocket launcher missile battery, where do you think that they operate at? You realize, like, that makes about as much sense as saying, our vehicles in Afghanistan are being hit by RPGs. Okay. Let's coordinate a satellite to go over there and shoot those down. But they're shooting them literally from a hillside into a truck laterally. Yeah, I know. Call the Space Force. They'll get it done. These are not intercontinental ballistic missiles, okay? They're a battery, a surface to air. What the fuck is a Space Force going to do? Get a good picture of it? By the way, space begins at a place called the Kármán line. If you don't know, there is an imaginary line at it's at 100 kilometers, but I can't remember what the miles are. 60 miles, 64 miles. It's called the Kármán line, and that's what technically separates where space begins, basically. It's high enough that a conventional winged aircraft, the way they designate it is it's high enough that a conventional winged aircraft with wings could not fly, basically, is the way they designate it. But I didn't really expect Scott to know that.
Get that, but again, it's like Rumsfeld said back in 2000. You go to war with the military that you have.
Hey, don't be spreading my secret intel on your special news report over there at Open Media One. Okay, that's here for this chat. It dies here with this chat.
Not that what you want, and that unfortunately is all that they have. Now, I'm not saying that that's not dangerous. I'm just saying that we've already seen that if they wanted to accomplish these ends already, they would have And again, we know the only reason is because Space Force has been positioned to make sure that hell on earth isn't unleashed.
Right.
Space Force. Space Force is here to make sure that hell on earth isn't. Why didn't we have Earth Force then? Wouldn't that made more sense? Earth Force is to protect hell on earth. Wouldn't Space Force be to prevent hell on space?
And speaking of them taking out people from planes and stuff like that, like they're trying to do your group.
Oh, like they're trying to do your group. Jaco just agrees with it. You know how they're trying to poison Sash? I love when Intel Lady says, tell Sash the tell Sash the USB sticks is off. I wish I could do it. Yeah, tell him the USB sticks are for satire purposes only. Oh, just like they're trying to take out your group. They're trying to poison you and Sash. Lee Dundas. Navy SEALs are trying to poison all of you. Save the Sash.
Unleashed.
Right. And speaking of them taking out people from planes and stuff like that, like they're trying to do your group.
Dude, Intel Lady's funny. You just gotta check her out. I can't do any of the voices or nothing.
Top guy and one of their top enlisted guys. So they're doing their targeting. They've been doing this for a long time. One of these events happened during Clinton's administration, where a bunch of generals were actually coming to relieve Clinton.
Yeah,
take him out. It's time for you to go, sir. And they were going to use the word "sir," I believe. And that plane crashed. So there's lots of things that have.
A bunch of generals just happened to be on the same flight, going to commit an act of at least treason against the sitting president. I mean, the American people might have seen it as something else, but the president, if they're coming to kill him, would have seen it as treason. So they all loaded up onto the same plane at the same time and traveling to the same place. And then, of course, they were an easy target. That makes plenty of sense. That's how I would travel to commit an act like that. I'd make sure we all got on the same plane. I might even name the flight something taunting, like "Bet you can't hit me" or something like that. Bet you can't hit me, 117.
Have been planned to stop these guys out for a long time, and then they.
Oh, Scott's coughing up some of that poison. Easy, Scott. Easy, big fella. We'll get you some oats.
Massive events like 9/11 and so forth that stop everything, and they have to reestablish themselves, get another game plan, and that takes time. So a lot of you are like, why is it taking so long? And I brought up yesterday that they're coming out with a book. I think it's on Tuesday, where I call him Silly Millie, General Milley, is saying that Trump was planning a coup and he was not going to go along with it. I think that's a bunch of bull. I think they're like we're all saying, these guys are desperate and they're going to just lie their butts off any way they can, to make Mr. T.
When was that? When was that, Mullet?
He look bad because
No, just because they're the type of people who don't believe in any preparation, don't believe in distancing, only believe in hugging and kissing, probably don't wash their fucking hands, travel all the time with no mask, and gather in large groups where they fucking rub and touch on all each other. That has nothing to do with them getting sick at these events. The secret cabal forces planted poison in the air duct of these events twice now, and both times they failed to kill their target. They're just seeing how much it actually takes. They increase it by one microdose each time.
He's right there at the cusp of coming back, and they've been saying King Trump.
How funny would it be if it comes out? There's no way to know, but how funny would it have been if they all went out to that event in Tulsa, and then 90% of the participants get hospitalized for a little SARS-CoV-2.
Trump, even if he loses the election, that he won't leave the White
leopard print blouses, please.
The election. So he had to leave because he had people like that saying that kind of stuff, and they were basically ready to go against him.
He had to leave because the people that he literally put in power decided that suddenly they don't like him and he don't like them, and he had to leave, even though everybody knew the truth. He had to leave because the guy he picked and put in power and talked about how much he loved, he suddenly doesn't love. He only did that to show you how horrible he was. Because man, we're playing that giant D chess.
They've been taking those guys out. I think Millie is at the spa. Yeah, bye. And so there's probably a lot more like
Kind of weird. He's at the spa and bye, and he's releasing a book on Monday also. I guess his clone wrote the book. That makes sense.
him that are down there having a nice little vacation, talking, having a good time, talking amongst each other. Yeah, I knew back in the day this and this guy and that. Yeah, so there's a lot of talking going on down there. They're having a good old time.
Well, Trump had a jab at him. He said, if I was going to do a coup, it definitely would not be with General Milley. And you are correct. They have 50 more military that just joined Space Force. Of course, we have the alliance. Shall we go again? That would be.
Hold on. She's going to name the alliance generals. She's going to name all the white hat generals, which basically means they haven't said anything negative about Trump or QAnon, so they can continue to share them. Those are the white hat generals that everybody needs to be looking out for. Make sure that you are ready and prepared and mobilized to be ready for this. I mean, it's going to come quick. It's going to come quick. Okay. By the way, in case you are wondering, who's coming to save us? Let me show you here. I'll show you who it is. I mean, you don't have to be scared. These are the guys here that are coming to save us. Okay, just be ready.
So I'll have the slides up here again. You can just take notes. Understand? Yes, all right. But yes, organization, how things are set up, how the Space Force is set up. So what rumors, what have you heard about how the Space Force is set up compared to the Air Force? I know you guys are in basic training, so you probably have no idea how the Air Force is set up. The first lesson we'll be going over is Space Force organization.
The organization of Space Force.
What does organization mean? Anybody, what does organization mean? Just raise your hand and tell me what you think the word organization. There you go.
They're all masked up and socially distanced.
How it's set up, right? So that is how. So yeah.
All right. Well, maybe you'll say they. Well, yeah. They look kind of. They don't look like the greatest force when they're in the classroom. But what about on the battlefield? Well, what about on the battlefield? Let's check them out.
414 recruits who completed 7.5 weeks of training.
Oh no. 7.5 weeks of training. 7.5 weeks of training get you in the Space Force?
Training Squadron. Their training began October 20th.
Because, book girl, it's always better to have an elite, special, secret police force when they are arresting people that you don't like or people that don't like the person that you don't like. All these freedom-breathing, red, white, and blue constitutionalists, patriots would literally cheer on as a secret police force kicked down my fucking door and arrested me for a YouTube video for speech. Unless you said, oh, well, they're going after a guy that you paid money to go see in Tulsa. And then they'd be like, oh, my God, what is this, Nazi Germany? Where are we? This seems uncalled for. Is this not America anymore? Oh, you're getting that no-leg son of a bitch out there in Tennessee that makes fun of my guy? Go get him, boys. We got him. Move in. Safe. What? You clearing each other's rifles?
The number of Space Force trainees will continue to increase over time as processes for recruitment.
Don't be scared. Go get him. What's he going to do? He's on the ground.
1, 2, 3. Where's security here?
Did you just let him pick up his rifle? If that was the bad guy, that was a bad move. Oh no. Oh no.
Get over it.
Uh-oh.
Get over it.
Uh,
Catch him. Catch him.
oh, no, what kind of Space Force training is that? I thought they just used that for adult films.
There you go.
Oh, no. Oh, we're saved.
Shimmy.
If you're ever in the middle of hardcore battle training and you hear a voice scream out, shimmy, rethink your entire life immediately. I don't care if there's bullets whizzing by. Rethink your life. He looks like he's rode one of those before. Experienced. Oh no, the bear crawl. Shimmy. They coming to get us, guys.
18 in English. 23, potato.
29.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thank these guys for their service. Most of them are Air Force, actually. They signed up for the Air Force, and the Space Force just popped up, and they asked if they wanted to change. A lot of the senior, NCOs and above, are actually from the Air Force. They just changed over. They're going to be like technical shit like satellites and space observation and retrieval, and they're not. I don't know why everybody thinks they're fucking GI Joes that are coming to punch Biden in the mouth and drag him down to Gitmo. That's not what they do. We have units that do that already, and they're not doing it. So that's not what they do. Anyways, this video is kind of funny. It went viral a while back with actually, let's see if we got one. Hold on. You guys know who Angry Cop is? I think he did a pretty funny review of it. Let's see what he said right quick.
I look like an old-timey boxer with this mustache! My drill sergeant says it's tickling, but that can only mean one thing! The Space Force put out a video of their basic training! No! I don't want to shave it off! Yeah! My drill sergeant, that mustache is out of ranks! If it's good enough for them, then it's good enough for me!
That's right.
These are BDUs! You know there were dudes rocking stashes like this in the early 80s? Never seen the comment section blow up so much in my gosh dang life! Drill Sergeant, what you do Space Force basic training? Space Force basic training, Drill Sergeant! Everybody's having a goddamn heat stroke telling me look at Space Force basic training. So I'm gonna do it, but because I want to, not because you said it. Let's kick this bad boy off.
First of all, thanks for volunteering to defend our nation, and congratulations on being the first Americans to enlist directly into the United States Space Force.
Oh, no.
Look at them. So young. So smart.
Yeah, I've seen the battle, buddy.
Inexperienced, so dumb. God, they don't even know how to stand a parade, rest, or attention yet, doing what they want to do. So brand spanking new, they gotta have tape put on the ground so they know where to stand. While a goddamn general's talking to him, the sergeant major, or whatever the fuck Air Force rank you, senior master sergeant gunnery fucking stuff. So
they do have some fucked up rank system.
chevrons and rockers on their arms, you'd think that they were some sort of weird galactic space army. Oh, wait! Space Force. You're already irritated at them already. They're like the newer, more annoying Air Force.
Oh, look at him. Look at him. Go like this. Go like this. Go. All right, ready?
They're taking selfies.
Get over it. Get over it.
Hey, pay attention real quick. What's
All right,
gonna happen is you...
Catch him. Catch him. Catch him.
Oh, no. Get him.
Force drill instructor! It's not even an Air Force TI. Where's your fucking cover? Catch him. Catch him. What is this, fucking recess?
Catch him. Catch him. Catch him.
I don't give a shit if it's their first fucking day and it's a baby obstacle course. Where is the intensity there, drill?
Get over it. Get over it. Get over it.
I don't know why she's giggling. I must have missed the joke, because the only thing funny is her fucking catch him. I'm doing the training.
Get over it. Get over it. Get over it. Catch him. Catch him. Catch him.
How are they gonna take it seriously if you can't take it seriously?
That's right.
Oh, it's pissing me off so fucking much.
Oh, bear.
I've never seen, so I don't know if you guys have ever seen like basic training videos. I've never seen less intensity and like camaraderie and people cheering on and screaming. And every time we ran an obstacle course, we had to be screaming at the top of our fucking lungs, battle cry to make the enemy fear us, while everybody else was screaming. Like they're just like, okay, let's do the motions. I've never seen anything like this. It blows my mind.
Roar, I'm a bear. Oh, okay, I get it. The drill sergeants, if we want to call them that, decided to make a teaching point and say, hey, little weirdos, you are going to crawl like a bear once you get to this part of the obstacle. And to make sure that you do it, you are going to sound off with, roar, I'm a bear. Roar, I'm a bear. With a little bit of intensity, that way I know, they got it, they're doing it the proper way. And motivate themselves a little bit. But you know what they decided to do? They decided to take it as a fucking joke. Roar, I'm a bear. Just like you, laughing T.I. Catch him. Does a bear shit in the woods? Nope, he's shitting all over Space Force basic training.
Oh no.
Oh, pardon me, take your time, nice and easy, over the log, all right? At ease my face, let's slow down that speed, safety first, even the camera.
You guys, if you guys like military humor, police humor, and stuff like that, this guy's name is Angry Cops. On YouTube, on Telegram, or I'm sorry, on TikTok, on everything. Facebook.
Man is so fucking bored at this. He's staring into his.
He is a police officer. Was a police officer. There's actually a video of him beating his shit out of some guy that come up to his car and try to jerk the door open when he was off duty. And of course, everybody around him is going, "He's going to kill him. This white man going to kill this guy." And they call the cops. There's all kinds of video footage of. He's a cool dude.
Camera wishing it was the barrel of fucking M16 so we could start that thing, knowing full well that the aliens, whenever they come and attack us, are gonna face fuck these little dummies with 15 weird different alien dogs. I've seen those online sex shops. Weird shit some of you people are into. Hope everybody enjoys being incubation chambers for little baby aliens, just like the movie Alien.
Oh, God.
18 in English. 23, potato, potato.
Did he just say 23, potato, potato?
29.
Potato, potato, you look like a fucking potato.
Potato, potato.
I am Private Potato.
Potato, potato.
What universe is this kid from? Dexter's Laboratory? It's called accountability, and yeah, it's a fucking big deal there. Guardian, I forgot they're using the term.
Oh yeah, they're. So the army has soldiers, the Navy has like seamen, the Marine Corps has Marines, and the Space Force has guardians.
Guardian for their fucking kids. Right, we got soldiers, Marines are Marines, airmen are airmen, Navy's a bunch of seamen, and Space Force are guardians. That's kind of fucking cool, but this guy ain't guarded shit but his butthole from an alien prison.
Potato, potato.
This training is so lame, even the video's boring. Who edited this video? You could have added some quick cuts, some star glaze overs, a little bit of music.
That's right. He fixed it.
Lame, but a lot less lame. I know they're wearing those gloves because of COVID and such, but it makes me giggle thinking that they're trying to prep for their next moonwalk when they're in their spacesuits with those big thick gloves on, shaking hands with their alien. Meet more meet, nice to meet ya, alien guy here. Meet more meet, nice to meet you, alien sir. I am Guardian Second Class, Private Potato.
Potato, potato.
Yeah, we thought we were gonna come in peace, but we saw how fucked up your planet was, and now we're just gonna take it over and enslave the entire human race. But potato, potato, huh? Well, I'm gonna have to do some combats with you so as that I don't get your weird alien weed all up in my face. Potato, potato.
Potato, potato.
Maybe they're wearing because they burnt their fingerprints off. Super secret. Space Force. And where the fuck is their drill instructor or TI? I don't know what the fuck the Air Force is. They're so useless to me right now. They got me so fucking pissed off with this stupid shit. They're just standing around there doing nothing. Pull out your fucking little smart books.
That is true. Like, when we were in basic training, you don't ever see like a group of people doing nothing. I mean, you don't ever see a group of people doing nothing. Like you might see a group of people doing some stupid shit, like picking blades of grass one by one with only their pinkies to pluck it and mow the yard, but you'll never see a group of people doing nothing.
And read your warrior ethos or Space Force values.
That's right. That's right. Get your shit out and fucking start studying, start reading, push, run, jump, do something.
Shit, and get a little bit more brainy up there. Elon Musk, save us. Oh, what is that one?
That's right, Hotel.
Cross his mask over his ears, so he's fucking special, huh? How would you not be an individual, guy? Even I'm catching this shit. Once again, where the fuck is their drill instructor over here? When you're going across a rope and you're pulling yourself forward, you gotta let one leg hook the back of the rope and the other leg dangle down like a massive dong. It acts as a counterweight for those of you that know what I'm talking about.
That's exactly right.
But then again, they're gonna be in zero gravity, so what the fuck is the point of this? Should they be doing like moonwalks and shit? Zero gravity, what the fuck are they gonna be crawling on a rope for? They're gonna be floating in the goddamn space. Aliens gotta be looking at this shit, wondering what the hell we're doing. Meat Morp, what the fuck are these guys doing? I thought they were supposed to be smart. They're about to send some people to Mars, for Christ's sake. Meat Morp, I don't fucking know. We taught them how to do time travel, but Elon Musk isn't sharing it with the rest of these idiots, and now I'm starting to see why. My antenna, I can't breathe. Meat Morp Jerry, no!
Let's go.
No, that's not a low crawl. That is not a low crawl. If I can see your ear at any point, and there is not at least a sandbag and a half worth of sand in your fucking mouth, you're doing it wrong. Your head is a dozer blade, and you're just going to start pushing sand for the rest of your body to slide through.
Yes, there it is. There's an NCO that knows how to train people. Did you hear that? Let me play that again for you.
Let's go. Let's go, Space Force.
Woo! It needed to be said.
Let's go, Space Force.
Way to go, Space Force. Oh, a good drill sergeant and NCO can take any complimentary word and turn it into a big fuck you. Way to go, warrior. Jesus Christ, how many times are you gonna miss the target downrange there, hardcore? Come over here. High speed. Where's your water source, soldier?
That was when what's his name come in here, and I was like, okay, hero. We got you. We understand.
Drill got his name taped in U.S. Army on the wrong side of his chest. Even good job.
Had to lick. That's funny.
Sarcasm. A drill sergeant's sharpest tool. Hey there, Space Force. How about you drop that booty down low?
Yeah, I don't think they're supposed. I don't think they're even authorized yet, and I don't know that they will be later on to even have like direct combat action forces. They're fucking like intel and logistics, and they don't even have combat forces.
Low. All right, get your freaking head down too.
Look at this guy. Oh, you think you're special?
A low crawl. Right.
The fuck is that?
Like Kim Kardashian on a new basketball player.
Potato.
Now in their defense for everybody saying, oh, they're just crawling around and going over a wall. Blah, blah. Some of these freaking obstacle courses, although looking lame, are fucking tiresome. If you have somebody pushing you through it, you do one obstacle course as fast as you can twice. Run it through twice. You will be.
They are designed to smoke your ass. Like I've been on obstacle courses before where like literally I would be standing on an obstacle trying to hold on and so fucking tired and my arms are so fucking sore that I can't feel what I'm holding on to and fall off. Like I can't feel it. Like no matter how much pressure I put on it, I'm so tired I can't fucking feel it and I can't hold on.
Fucking dogged. That's why we make him do it 3 or 4 times. Basic training.
Trying to scare the terrorists by smiling?
That's all you got when they fucking smile at you?
Trying to scare the terrorists by smiling?
How about this instead? How about you tuck those fucking teeth back behind your lips? Don't you ever bend your teeth at me private? Either that is a sign of affection or aggression. And if you're not trying to fuck me, that means you're trying to fight me. And I will take you fucking down. I'll bury those teeth in the back of your throat like a bunch of chiclets that you swallowed at the back of an MRE.
Oh, nah, fan coming in strong.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Proceeding. Entry control point training for what? Moon Unit Zappa? Just in case one of our moon bases gets overrun. Oh no, the aliens are here. 3 to 5 second rushes. I'm up. Oh shit, I'm floating. I'm shot.
Okay. Yes, sir. All right. So, while we're waiting for all this to figure itself out, right?
Look at how empty that classroom is. Oh, they're really beating down the doors to join the fucking Space Force. Senior Guardian Airman, what's its fuck? Hey, come here, Private Potato. What'd you teach me when you learned at Space Force basic training?
Private Potato reporting. Drill Sergeant, parade rest. I am Private Potato.
Potato.
Some of the number one things that we learned in Space Force basic training is that small things can accumulate to large problems later on down the road. Potato.
Potato.
And one of those issues that leads to bigger problems are contamination. That's why you need to make sure that you and your workspace are clean. Which is why we suggest that you go to manscaped.com for the perfect package and make sure that
He's pretty funny. This is Angry Cops. Check him out on YouTube. We'll skip his ad.
These glasses. Meep. Hello, sir. Yes, I also meep your language. I come in peace. Potato.
Potato.
He's a pretty funny guy. You check him out on YouTube. Anyways, back to this. That's the Space Force is coming to save us. They're going to drag Joe Biden out. Joe Biden's 15th clone out by the hair on his chinny chin chin. They're going to take him down to Gitmo.
Trump, Putin.
That's the one Space Force that we can declare unequivocally is on our side.
Modi. As you know, Putin has the best line ever. 95% of the terror attacks in the world are all CIA. Okay? Mm-hmm. And then we have Modi from India, Xi Jinping from China, and we have the Iraqi.
What do we have here? Comedian? That's him.
Mufo al-Qadim. So there's 5 of them in the alliance. And then if you want to go through the bad generals, let me give you a couple names. I have.
Oh, God.
Milley, General Hodgson, General McChrystal, General McMaster, and Mad Dog Mattis, who brought General Milley in. We have General Jim Jones, who pretty much did intel on me and destroyed my former channels. There we go. That was with Millie Weaver's Shadow N, okay, that video. And so let's get to the good guys, shall we? Let's get to Ezra Cohen.
So basic training has softened quite a bit, but combat arms still holds a pretty solid tradition of staying. Like if you're in a combat arms position, if you go in as infantry, scout, tanker, some shit like that, it's still pretty hardcore. Even when I went through, I mean, I obviously had slack some, but it was pretty rough. I'm sure they backed off a little bit more, but it was it's still not a cakewalk. But if you go in as some other things and get a particularly laxed station for your boot camp, like Relaxin' Jackson, then you can breeze through pretty easy. It's all about keeping your head down. You don't want anybody to know your name. You don't want anybody to know anything about you. You just want to be that guy over there. You know what I'm saying? That guy over there. I always got in trouble for not doing anything or not participating or something. I couldn't stop laughing, man. There was some funny shit said there by those drill sergeants and some people in there, some stupid shit said, and I would bust out laughing. That's all it took.
The leader of the CUE group, right? We have General Flynn, of course. We have General Vice Chief John Hyten, General James McCorkville, Admiral Michael Gidday, General Brown, General Paul Nakasone of the NSA. He took the job from General Admiral Rogers, General J. Rommel, and yeah, those are some of the good guys. So I think it's out there. People know.
Yeah. Now, one person that I haven't seen on the list is unfortunate because he's former SEAL commander, Admiral McRaven. He basically. So
I have no idea. Like I've never seen an actual stress card except in like people passing them around and different things. Blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of like military websites that say it isn't true. But the only thing that I could think is maybe the Army or the military of some sort tried them. Like maybe they run if it was true at all that maybe they ran some type of test or something like that. The Army at one time did issue a stress control card, I guess. That was a weird thing, but it was more for like training of how to handle your own stress during times and blah 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 or some shit like that. Like it wasn't like the claim is like when you get stressed out, you hold up a card and nobody can talk to you for so long, or you get to take some time off or what. I've never seen that in practice. I've heard people say, "Oh, they had it here, they had it there. These other guys had it when I was there. I didn't get one." But as far as like official documentation, I haven't seen any. It might be out there, but I haven't seen it.
Basically proved himself to be a bad man.
But to be fair, there are times that drill sergeants do go too far. It's usually pretty rare, but they almost killed a recruit while I was in basic training at one time. But it is what it is. I mean, I got in somebody's way and got thrown down a set of stairs, and I had a fracture in my arm when I was in basic training.
And we haven't heard from him in a while. And I think that he may have gone bye-bye as well. So, I mean, it's all across the board, guys. I mean, a lot. Now I'm going to get a lot of pushback because, are you really a Navy SEAL? Because all the guys that like, look up to Navy SEALs, and I get this all the time. It's like, does so-and-so know that you're saying you're a Navy SEAL? Yes. So he'll, there's lots of people identify that I'm a Navy SEAL. I did a long tour, 24 years. So there's always these people that are brainwashed, they believe that,
what did he just say about, hold on. I didn't understand what he was saying there.
Guys, I mean, a lot. Now I'm going to get a lot of pushback because, are you really a Navy SEAL? Because all the guys that like, look up to Navy SEALs, and I get this all the time. It's like, does so-and-so know that you're saying you're a Navy SEAL? Yes. So he'll there's lots of people identify that I'm a Navy SEAL. I did a long tour, 24 years. So there's always these people that are brainwashed. They believe that the military all across the board, they're all for us. And I think that that disclosure that's coming out.
It wasn't that important. I did ask him in his comments several times in his comment section why he keeps saying that Scott's in the military. And more importantly, you could be confused and think you heard him say that once or someone else told you, he used to serve. That's fine. More importantly, why the fuck isn't he correcting you face to face when you're having a conversation and you say, oh, this is what we fought for in the military, and you just fucking sit there, Scott? Why aren't you saying anything?
On Tuesday, like we're talking about right now with the Silly Millie, is basically going to, dime these guys out as being traitors. And if he were to ever, walk the streets again, it probably would not be a long walk, quite frankly.
Yeah, he would. Those guys wouldn't survive. Parallel to that same point, Mike, there was a number of Marines that when I started attacking Sad Dog Mattis, back when we started to see what he was all about.
Right. Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of Marines. I mean, there are Marines that weren't really happy with me because he was revered, and we know what we know of his storied career. But at the end of the day, these cabal players, they have to be able to sell themselves as working for the other side, or I should say working and loyal to what's right and justified. So they have to be that.
Have you guys ever seen a guy that is so that people hang on every word the way they do with like Trump can say, oh, I like this guy, he's a good guy. Then everybody's like, oh, he's the best guy, he's a hero, he's this, he's that, he's our guy, blah, blah, blah. And then Trump can say, I don't like that guy. Or they can say, like, I don't agree with Trump. And then everybody's like, oh, this piece of shit, he probably messes with kids and he's part of the deep state cabal, blah, blah, blah. Oh, like, turn on a dime like that. You guys remember like when Barr came in, or Mattis, or any of these people, and as soon as they disagree, done. We got to drag him through the mud. We got to make him deep state. We got to make him cabal. We got to make him a pedo guy. We got to do whatever we can.
Good, but Craven,
weird.
That one popped up as a bad guy for me once, and I didn't realize he was SEAL Team Commander. I had no idea.
Yeah.
But I do know a very close friend of mine, Craven themselves, as working for the other side, or I should say working and loyal to what's right and justified. So they have to be that good. But Craven, that one popped up as a bad guy for me once, and I didn't realize he was SEAL Team Commander. I had no idea.
Yeah.
But I do know a very close friend of mine that I went to high school, college with, roomed with him through college. He started working for the clowns right out of college. I remember we used to burn the letters that would come, to our apartment when he's being, interviewed and recruited, whatever. But he was on, quote unquote.
Come on now, Scott. Your buddy, your roommate when you were in college was being recruited by the CIA, and he would get letters from them, and he would have to take them out and burn them in front of you and say, oh, I got to get rid of these, got to burn these letters because I'm being recruited from the CIA. Wouldn't it make more sense that you would just never see the letters? Like he would just do that privately and destroy them however he needed to, even if he had to destroy them. Even if he had to destroy them by fire, wouldn't he just wait till you weren't around? Or he had to literally take you outside and say, hey, come on, let's go get a smoke. And you're like, oh, you don't smoke cigarettes? He's like, no, I'm going to smoke this letter I got from the CIA.
He started working for the clowns right out of college. I remember we used to burn the letters that would come, to our apartment when he's being, interviewed and recruited, whatever. But he was on, quote unquote.
Come on, bullshit. I'm calling bullshit.
Quote, that operation to get bin Laden at Abbottabad. Again, a lot of those guys believe in the validity of what they thought they might have seen there, but he was there. In fact, he was the one that ran out and when one of the birds must have turned around to come back to, because they forgot the DNA kit, he had to run out the tarmac. He was setting up video comms for the agency side. I think there were 3 different factions, agency side, military, and I forget the third one, but he was standing beside McRaven when he was on screen to the ready room or the White War room or whatever, the White House, when Obama was sitting there. He was right beside McRaven. So now that I know what I know, and we realized what that was really all about, bin Laden been gone for a while. And so automatically I'm thinking, so these are, now I got to talk about my friend. Like, what does he know? What does he not know? I mean, he's a total patriot. That would be one somebody would have a hard time selling me on. That he was a guy that actually knew the truth, and it was going along with that. I think he was just one of the guys doing his job, quote unquote. But as soon as I learned what I learned, I'm like, holy cow, McRaven is now one of the bad guys playing out his part of the play to create the whole picture that doesn't exist. But,
like he's talking about William H. McRaven, who was he was a commander in Desert Shield, Desert Storm, a couple different task groups. He would return. He took a stint off, and then he returned back to be commander of SEAL Team 3. And I think he moved up within the SEAL Team community to a different post. He's talking about a man that has a much better career, reputation, has done more for this country than Scott will ever fucking dream of doing, running around on a bus, licking on a tomahawk and threatening to bring the blade of war to Congress doorstep. The fuck out of here.
I respect the soldiers. In fact, Dennis is sitting over here right now. Dennis Ketchum. He's one of my security guys. And I think I told you he remembers you at Buds. You trained him at Buds. By the way, all these guys think Mike Jaco's got. So I just thought I'd pass that on. They love you. They totally love you. You're revered all these years later. But when you said
I'm just a dude like you guys are dudes, so
Yeah, we're dudes, but you're a bad dude. Yeah. So he nodded his head. I heard him kind of make a comment when he talked about McRaven, but you know what?
Oh wow, that's good. That's good to know. Yeah. The real men, because Scott, you and I are real men, and Kirsten, you are a real woman.
Believe me, she's a real man too.
After we had a conversation the other day, I was like, because I was like, I'm gonna spin her up and see what happens. So I spun her up. All these people are saying this. She's like, rawr. And then she started doing a data dump that was like 1,000,000 miles an hour. I was like, whoa, that worked out cool. So
that's her wind tunnel approach. She calls up on the phone with some intel to me. It's like, okay, here, sit down, bolt yourself down. It's like a damn wind tunnel. Doesn't even stop. I said,
I
do
know,
this on the
it's like-
show.
That's just her exhaling air. She never stops talking.
Oh my God, I gotta listen to that again.
By the
I'm
way,
working-
Scott the King McKay, you know that I don't have a penis, so there you go. Don't let that shock you, okay?
Was
All right.
was it?
That's a weird thing to just bring up randomly. Oh, by the way, guys, I guess you guys know that I do not have a penis, huh? How about that? No penis. I am a woman, right? Right?
I'm
Wait,
working.
Scott the
So
How she does it. That's her wind tunnel approach. She calls up on the phone with some intel to me. It's like, okay, here, sit down, bolt yourself down. It's like a damn wind tunnel. Doesn't even stop. I said, do this on the show.
Oh my God, I gotta listen to that again.
By the way, Scott the King McKay, you know that I don't have a penis, so there you go. Don't let that shock
If you say so.
Wasn't referring to anything like that. But the proverbial balls bigger than church bells.
Oh yeah, I do have balls that are cast iron, but I don't have a penis. I don't have one. Thank you.
What?
Only Kirsten W.
Yeah, I know. Kirsten, you survived the flavor. So I mean, you have to be tough. So,
oh my God, and I am not CCP, by the way. I'm not CCP. Okay.
So we're in tough times right now. Okay? So I remember, those guys that you're talking said, like Jacob was hard. So, that was hard because
Why do you keep hurting my feelings? Can't we just be friends? Come for a ride on my bus.
No, I do not want to ride on your bus. No, we cannot be friends. Yes, I will hurt your feelings. Thank you for that, Brother Scott. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you, brother.
weak men coming in. There's times like we're in right now. We all know this. You go back to World War I, World War II. Those were hard times. And what happened before that? There was weakness. Everyone was like cuddled and coddled, and then there were hard times. So because they take advantage of weak men, and that's what we're in right now. And so I made it a point in my life to make hard men. So I'm hats off to those guys that made it through the training that I put them through, because they're hard men, and they all came back like, oh my God. It's like, yeah, I was just doing my job, So it does make a difference. So I think that we're, for people, because you're attempts on your life, and you're still out there.
Attempts on your life, man, you're still out there. Good thing they didn't hire Madison Marquette, or you'd be a dead motherfucker, dude. I heard she's combat and gun trained, both. So you'd better just be glad that they didn't hire her. You'd have been gone by now. She'd have kicked down your door with her broken ankle, went in there, and if you didn't decide to sexually assault her, she would just win the battle. I think that's the only way to defend yourself.
Attempt on your family. That just gets you fired up more. It's like, really? Now I'm really coming after you guys. And that's the way I've been. And that's the way Kirsten's been. So come at us. We're going to come at you unbelievably harder. And that's what Trump does. Trump does the same thing.
Fortunately, they just came at me to make me look like I'm insane, like I'm a conspiracy theorist, which is fine. I'd rather you say that I'm a conspiracy theorist than take me out. That's the other option, right? Because I won't stop talking. So, okay, make me look crazy, destroy my book, do whatever you have to do. I'm a known conspiracy theorist. Okay?
That's what happened to her when all those events happened to her in her book. She was those were just the ones who have fooled her assassination attempt. They were able to withstand it.
Fine. But you're not taking me out, so that's fine. I'll take it. Okay.
I got kind of insurance policy now. I kind of deserve it though. I'm calling out these milquetoast pussies every day, calling them scumbags, because they're the ones that hide in the shadows. They truly are cowards and milquetoast forking pussies. But I would say, you know what? There's ways to bring down this movement, And obviously, you know, the flaming arrow, in my opinion, is not the smart move for these clowns, because the simple fact is, dealing with me is one thing.
No one of any importance knows who you are. No one of any importance knows who you are. You don't have targets. You don't have this. I'm sure you have an FBI investigation because you're running around telling people you're going to chop up sitting politicians with a tomahawk. Sure. But you think that the fucking deep state leader and Donald Trump and the head of the Special Warfares Division is like, this son of a bitch. We either got to protect him, we got to kill him. What are we going to do? Somebody get my quiver full of flaming arrows.
But dealing with 20 million pissed off Patriot Street Fighters, good luck with that bullshit. That ain't going to go over very well.
Yeah.
Don't be dumb as fuck. All you would do is plane crash, heart attack, old age, choked in your sleep, slipped on the bathtub, drowned accidentally. What do you think they're going to do? Be like, let's go take him out, and then let's leave a calling card on him that says CIA did it, and then broadcast that on the news.
But, you know, the next thing I know is going to be the discrediting. I mean, you know, they'll digitize me like having sex with a mule and, like, you know, I don't know, whatever.
Oh. Does he know about a video that's coming out that he doesn't? Is he pre-warning us about a donkey video possibly coming out? Is that a pre-warning?
I mean, they can do any of this. They can do any of this. They can do any of this shit. And basically, I'll have fun with it. I'll be like, heck yeah, man, I was delivering big time in that video. You got to admit, they say whatever the hell they want. I don't care.
He is letting us know that there is a chance that we are going to see a bestiality film of him, and that's CGI. It's a deep fake. Was it a donkey? It was a horse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn
exactly.
it on.
And that's the attitude. It's like, you're not taking me off track. I'm just coming at you harder now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
Well,
you know, you get attacked by some pretty amazing people, people I've looked up to, and news organizations that I used to read Newsweek, and then Newsweek attacked me. I was like, wow. And then Kirsten was telling me, or someone was telling me,
Well, look what the fuck you're doing, dude. Honorable service record. You got out. You did your thing. You made your country proud. You went back. You trained a whole future generation of Navy SEALs. Then you come out and started spreading these fucking rumors, talking about fucking remote viewing and selling courses for thousands of dollars to teach people how to fucking remote view and see the future and talk to aliens and shit. And now you're out here spreading the rumors that you literally can't confirm. You know better than this. You went through training on intel and how it works, how to disseminate information. You even went through training on when speaking to locals. And someone comes up and says, "Guys, I want to warn you. There's an attack coming, or there's an ambush planned up here." How to go through that information and decide if it's credible, how to check it, how to judge someone's demeanor when they're telling you something. You went through all of that, and you're still out here spreading bullshit.
that Newsweek is part of the that CIA thing.
Because
CNN,
Newsweek did two hit jobs on me.
Yeah.
And then I
You couldn't even let him finish his sentence?
put it in my book. And then Newsweek is controlled by CNN, which is Fareed Zakaria. He picks all the covers. I refused to do an article with them. They did the two hit jobs. And then on top of that, we have them connected to the CIA. CIA created CNN. That's their, they call it the CNN syndrome. And then, of course, what is his name? President Moise of Haiti was taken out because the Amazon CIA servers, which are responsible for all the viruses, all the cyber blackouts, all the cyber attacks, right? They had information that President Moise was given information to the NSA for 4 years on the basic earthquake in Haiti being caused by the CIA using tectonic plates. As you know, I said CIA, NSA, and DOD. They're the ones that do the weather warfare. And basically,
Tectonic plates aren't weather.
he has been giving the information to the NSA.
Could you imagine? Just think about the fact that that they invented something that controlled the tectonic plates. When you went to flip the switch on that, yeah, you might make an earthquake somewhere. You might set off a chain of events that destroys the entire Earth. Like it rips itself apart. Are you kidding me? And they're just like, oh yeah, they use it all the time. We just see what happens. Had to set off an earthquake right quick. Tectonic plate machine coming up.
That
Yes, CIA creates earthquakes under their weather warfare division.
is against the CIA and contains that team. Okay, there you go. And basically, they had to take him out, but it's too late. They're always a day short and a dollar late. They're always late, okay? It's too late. He's already given them information for 4 years, and the 800,000 missing children from Haiti, almost 1 million missing children, that he gave them all the information.
That's another thing. They think the CIA is all powerful and got these amazing assassins. They go in and they kill people without leaving a trace, in and out quietly, never get caught, never get busted, never do anything unless they want to. But they're always late. Just before they got to him, he had flipped his dead man switch, or he had mailed off a letter, or he had spilled his guts on live on air. Right before they got to him. Some bitches don't ever get there early.
They were taking them off the island in submarines in different ways. So yeah, on the container ships. So you guys.
Wait, that's not the same. We could be submarines or container ships, but we can't be submarines. Yeah, different ways. Yeah, the container ships.
Completely busted. And Amazon servers, you guys are going down too, because you guys are linked to the murder of the president of
To be fair, I saw a Twitch hot tub stream the other day, and how much money this dumb bitch made for basically laying her lady parts and a thin piece of fabric against the camera and blowing a little kiss with her old pussy hole right on the camera lens. I'm okay if those servers go down. Take them all down.
You're exposed, and I will do
So
that every day.
also there in Haiti is they have found out is one of the largest oil reserves in the world.
That's Michael Jaco, Big Dan.
It's
Brother Dave.
much bigger than Venezuela's. Much bigger.
Much bigger. Much bigger.
Right there, and they're rubbing together, and they create some serious oil.
That's exactly how it works. When a mommy oil and a daddy oil meet underneath Haiti, and they start colliding into each other, and there's some slippage and some lubrication. One goes down, one goes up, one goes in, one is inside of the other one. Then that makes a baby oil, and then the doctor oil puller sucks the oil out of the ground and sells it. That's how baby oils are formed.
Much bigger than Venezuela's. Much bigger. Because they have 4 tectonic plates that come together right there, and they're rubbing together, and they create some serious.
Ooh, those tectonic plates rubbing together make a lot of oil. Make a lot of oil.
Oil. So there's a massive amount of oil there. So the 4th largest U.S. embassy in the world is there.
Michael Jaco, he's a Navy SEAL and a Navy SEAL instructor. Then he turned into a guy who teaches remote viewing and intergalactic beings and how to unlock the true potential of yourself, and then a QAnon guy.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
800,000
largest one
children.
in this area, in this part of the world, the largest and the 4th largest in the entire world. So there's
Is that how it works? Tectonic plates just rub together until one of them fucking nuts out some oil?
also
Like dry humping until a wet dream of oil comes out?
gold reserves there, as we know. Clinton's brother was tapping into that in a big way, and there's lots of
There you go, Dan.
the A party drug that they like to tap into.
Yeah, the walnut sauce.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on there, and it's being exposed. Imagine all those people been poor.
Thank you, Stephanie.
And they're sitting on
His courses are not cheap either. I don't know if he's got it. Unlocking Intuition is his website. They are extreme. Oh, right there it is. Unleashing Intuition. I'm sorry. His courses are not cheap if they're still up. There's an automatic redirect. That was weird. Hold on, let's click it again. Maybe his website's down. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Like you do while watching Hot Tub. No, I rub my dick when I'm watching Hot Tub streams. I don't have a tectonic plate to rub. Let's just go to his website, maybe. Why is nothing launching? They shut down all his links. I'll check it out over here while they keep talking.
Natural wealth that's over the top. It's unbelievable.
And the stupid, what is it? The Mayorkas that's from he's from Cuba. He's trying to block all of the Cubans and the Haitians from coming to the United States because
it's just when you click off of it from YouTube. Here's his website. Unleashing intuition, unleash your hidden potential, blah blah blah. Here's a $500 unleashing intuition secrets, become the master of your reality. $300 intuitive. They've actually went down since the last time I saw them. Intuitive physique, build it and they will look bundled. Courses includes advanced intuitive physique, build it and they will look. 80. Oh, that's on sale. $89. There we go. Let's view all the products. Those are the ones we just saw. Then we have expert intuitive physique, build it and they will look. Master level intuitive physique, build it and they will look. SEAL Team 11 Spartan Squadron, $24. Unleashing Intuition Secrets remote viewing, $350. Unleashing Intuition Secrets remote influencing, $250. The Intuitive Warrior PDF plus bonus audio and video, $21. Some of this stuff it was more expensive last time I checked it, I thought. Unleashing Intuition Secrets remote healing. Navy SEAL Mindset. Here's one. Ultimate Course Bundle, $3,000. Okay. Past Life Discovery, $200. Unleashing Intuition Spiritual Success Life Event, $400. The Awakening of a Warrior, $27. These seem weird. Like, if I want Past Life Discovery, it's $200. But if I want to awake the warrior and the past lives of Navy SEALs, it's only $20. Seems a little sporadic at best. One-on-one coaching, $1,000 per minute. Unleashing Sacred Intimacy through Intuition, $97. Mariah, you want to have some sacred intimacy? I guess we'd have to get to where we're just having intimacy first, wouldn't we? Never mind. Unleashing Intuition Secrets, super fast, lean. So not only does he sell this bullshit, he combines it with get cut in 21 days, lean and mean, the body of a fighter. Is that two dudes, by the way? I don't know. Back to the video.
They're conservative. Why don't you block some of the? I'm going to say something wrong. Someone's going to attack me. The Puerto Ricans, which are mostly liberal. Why don't you block them? Why are you blocking the Cubans and the Haitians that are conservative that want to come to our country? There you go.
Kind of puts me in mind of Clinton really was a Southern knucklehead, but kind of reminds me of this show come back out in the 90s when they said, hey, what do you think of Roe versus Wade? And he's like, hey, I don't care how they get back to Haiti. He's such, sounds like.
Oh my God. It's hilarious. So yeah, the Cubans are really, really having it down there. It's a tough time for them. I think they're going to they're going to prevail though. They always prevail. And I think they're going to.
That's right. I teach projection like that. If you want a lesson, they're actually free because I do this for you. I can teach you how to project large sums of money into my PayPal account. Completely for free. I'll show you.
Now that Raul Castro, Mel K, you're supposed to be here today, girlfriend. You told me you were coming. Basically, she said that Raul Castro has run to Venezuela. And those two countries, Cuba and Venezuela, the dirty money that was...
She's filming her new music video. It's called Intel Till Your Sleeves Fall Off, Till Your Sleeves Fall Off, Till Your Sleeves Fall Off. We're going to Intel Till Your Sleeves Fall Off. Do it all night long. It's kind of a catchy tune. It's labeled under Singaporean Records. It's her first single.
Buying into, you know, that Domino's company. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know, the Domino's that we play with. Yeah, there we go. So that's all connected to. So there we go. Yeah, if the, you know, Raul Castro has run.
I'm not saying this because I believe it should be like regulated or I'm complaining or anything. But if a man really wanted to launder money, especially like out of country, you could do that substantial large sums of money through streaming, through tips and donations, or OnlyFans, or Twitch, or whatever.
Venezuela, you know, that also doesn't have any food and doesn't have any electricity, then you know it's
Raul.
from the frying pan into the fire. You know it's really bad. So, you know.
I know it's bad.
Yeah.
Well, you
That's
would
right.
know that the elites don't have that money, you know, because elites there in Venezuela are billionaires.
Yes.
Billionaires.
Yes.
While the country's in starvation and people are running
Right.
from the country, and same thing in Cuba.
Right.
I think that we're going to find out that the leaders there, just like in every communist country, are extremely wealthy, and that's what they do. They come in, and that's what's happening here in America. They're basically trying to turn this into a communist country so that the
Yeah, that's not the only claim he made. So he's claimed he's willed a couple of hurricanes away. He actually claims that he loved Osama bin Laden to death. That he loved and projected that love to Osama bin Laden until it killed him.
top echelon of the people that are in power become the multi-billionaires, and the rest of us starve.
That's nothing. It's hard for people like us to get our head around that kind of evil. I think the reason people are having a hard time waking up, or they're slow at waking up, they just can't get their head around the idea that there are people in the world that sit around the table with their black hooded robes on, and they're creating the infrastructure and the methodology and the tactics on how to help us commit self-suicide very slowly in every way that they do it. And on top of that, there's this massive amount of wealth that could feed. I mean, look at Jacob de Rothschild. He's got enough personal wealth to house, feed, and clothe every human being on the planet. Yet here he sits on top of this 500 trillion, or it's probably more than that, but and you have people suffering and dying every day. So the hard thing for people to wake up to is that, because we're good people, we would feed the homeless. We would give clothing to somebody that's out in the street in the wintertime that doesn't have any socks. I've done a number of times in Dallas, sitting on a heat grate in front of a building with a feet over top of it, trying to keep the feet warm, no socks on, shit like that. Yeah, I'd go to my house and grab these kind of parka socks and bring them over. That's who we are. We can't fathom that there is a side of humanity that want this kind of poverty, starvation, disease, and suffering. That's why it's taken a lot of people so much time to wake up, because they're generally good people, and they don't have the capacity to I guess absorb that mindset that it's possible and plausible that other human beings would wreak this much misery on these people, like these billionaires we have today, or the Gateses and people bigger than Gates, trillionaires, and they, they're doing what they do with their wealth, and we've got all this poverty, we got veterans on the street, all of this horrible shit.
Now you're worried about it.
I can't, that's something I've been able to stop thinking about for decades. I myself don't understand.
By the way, that meme that the Rothschilds could use 80% of their wealth to feed, clothe, and house everybody in the world is not true, by the way.
I don't understand how we can just stand by and watch human suffering. We've got massive.
It's the same thing that when I don't know if you guys remember the meme that come out when the Powerball first went above like $1 billion or whatever. You could literally take that and give everybody in America this. That wasn't true. It was off by like fucking 10-fold, no, like 1,000-fold.
Again, that's the problem. These people are just evil bastards, and none of us can relate to that because it's just not who we are.
We are so good. We can't even relate to people who are not good. That's how good we are. So fucking good. We can't even relate to these non-gooders.
Right. Yeah, they're definitely evil people.
Makes sense.
Having been in combat zones for most of my life, I can tell you that evil is definitely out there, and on a demonic scale that most people can comprehend. And you just get to the point where like you look that in the face and you are more powerful than that. You start to understand that. So you stare that down, you stare back at it. Your love, energy, your creative abilities are far more advanced than theirs. They can't understand, they can't work in this creative zone. They have to be, told what to do. They're not very creative thinkers. They're very controlled.
Here we go.
Of everything, micromanaging of everything, this is what we're seeing. That's why a lot of this stuff is starting to collapse all over the place. And that's why we see in a lot of these Democrat cities and so forth, that everything starts to collapse because they're extremely corrupt and they can't think themselves out of a, plastic bag. So it's very, very obvious, to people that are critical thinkers. We see right through that, but they, like we're seeing in school, they're trying to take away, the 3 R's and replace it with, you have to be a racist. You have to understand about racism. This is all the same thing that they did in Nazi Germany. They started to indoctrinate kids to their way of thinking. So, Operation Paperclip that came here in massive numbers, thousands and thousands, and started to, indoctrinate America into the Nazi way. So it's
1600, 1600 Nazi scientists. Yes.
And that's just a scientist. Now, doctors and so forth is probably, that.
Come on now.
Again.
Yeah.
Doctors definitely infiltrated throughout.
Of course there's evil in the world. Of course there is. Is it on the scale that they try to pretend it is? No, because that's how they build their narrative. It's just us, folks, and we've got all these thousands of cabal, sons of bitches, and every person that's ever been in government, except for the people that I specifically name, or that really endorse Donald Trump, or this evil and that evil, and they do this to kids or old ladies or kick dogs or whatever.
America and have caused a lot of problems. If they were found out, if someone that was there in Germany during the Nuremberg trials and recognized somebody, I remember that doctor, or I remember that scientist, he can't stay, some high-ranking colonel or something. They just send him down to Argentina, where they had their little towns that that they built from all the money that they stole from Europe, all the paintings and gold and stuff that they stole from the Jews, and took it over there in their submarines.
Easy now.
Fantastic little cities down in Argentina, and they're still magnificent cities. So they just run down there for a few years, maybe do a little plastic surgery, change their name, change their look. They come back instead of a doctor, they come back as a businessman or woman or whatever, and then
there you go. Perfect.
Speaking about a lot of beautiful $1 million worth of artwork, if you guys are looking for the $1 million of artwork missing from Elijah Cummings' house, it's located at Judge Emmett Sullivan's house, the same judge that tried to keep General Flynn down and destroy him. Go to his house and open the door, and you'll see all of those $1 million worth.
I do not condone, or I don't support. I don't want you going to anybody's house, especially a federal judge. Please don't listen to this.
Artwork. Believe me, I have a whole little.
You can't tell people to go to the house of a federal judge and open his door.
Dossier on that one alone. So if you want to know more about Judge Emmett Sullivan, please call me. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, like
well, the upside to that is that
Come on, Charleston.
That artwork in the hands of Sullivan simply means that Cummings got his wax job. So good for him.
Yeah. Yep. They took out Elijah Cummings, so they can take him out too. Yeah.
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 Yeah, it's like you do a deal with the devil and you think you're good to go. It's like, they're going to come for you eventually. Yeah. You're going to be, they'll make an example of you, or, they'll tell you to go jump in front of, all like General Milley.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to use your name, even though you're no longer around, we're going to say you said all this stuff. So that's what's going to happen to him. So he's down in, the spa, and they're like he's saying all these things that would definitely make sure, like we just said, if he ever showed his face again in America, that he would be toast.
Never
Yeah, and,
interfere with an enemy in a process of destroying itself, right?
There you go.
And congratulations to our Governor DeSantis, who's now selling
Uh-oh.
merch that says "Don't Fauci our Florida." It's
That is pretty funny merch. He's got DeSantis has beer koozies and beer koozies and T-shirts that say "Don't Fauci our Florida." It's pretty funny. I don't think I'd ever wear the T-shirt, but the beer koozies don't look half bad. All right, guys. I know you've hung on. I know it got kind of boring at points. Here comes the heater. Okay, here comes the heater. Attached to that email we were talking about with those frog sons of bitches. Here comes the details on that. Get ready.
our Florida. It's great.
By the way, Kirsten, I got to throw this at you. You're talking about merchandise.
Oh yeah.
We were talking about these guys that are, you guys know me. I don't attack anybody online. I don't attack anybody that's out there trying to do a good job. I never attack any of these people. But I counterattack like a mother forker, you know that. So got these two clowns from Frog News Network. At least one of them are clowns, the ones you were telling me.
At least one of them is a clown and one of them is good, you were telling me.
That are attacking me with some other whatever bullshit they have to say. Here's what scumbags this guy is, right? Everybody knows, and there's another clown out.
By the way, I called this out, okay? I called this out. When the frogs started talking about merch, and that one said, oh, we could put like the blocks on it and blah, blah, blah. I said, that's Scott's merch. And he even said, this is Scott's shirt right here. It'll be something like this. So I don't appreciate Scott selling the merch and pocketing all that money. He's still claiming that he doesn't take a dime from and blah, 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 and not giving any money to the kids he's trying to save. But they did steal his shit.
Out there that tried the same thing. Everybody knows that my war opened up on learning about the kids. So again, with Patriot Street Fighter gear, the spelling block shirt, save hashtag save the kids, picture the tunnels on the back. Now, nobody in the world that I know of anywhere, no big box retailer, no design house anywhere in the world ever did anything like this, put this kind of a message on a shirt to start projecting it into society, to start waking people up. So these two shitbags that have been banging away on me, one just actually threw me under the bus here about 2 weeks ago, and that was a great smoke out operation to drag this.
Oh, that was a smoke out operation to drag his ass out of the light. He threw me under the bus, but that was all just a smoke out operation to smoke a smoky smoker.
Two shitbags that have been banging away on me, one just actually threw me under the bus here about 2 weeks ago. And that was a great smoke out operation to drag this clown into the light. But you know what both of these clowns do? Now they're selling shirts that say, save the children. Shit
I know, I saw that. I was like, that's Scott's shirt. Yeah, I saw that. And they're separated now. The two frogs are not together. Yeah.
Well, threw him under his own bus.
Yeah.
There's another one that I smoked out actually about 2 weeks ago. You and I talked about it. Same shit. Yeah, I'm in it for the people. I'm in it for the mission and for God and all that. And what are they doing? Trying to make money. Trying to make money on something. Like I said, I've never taken one single penny from the Patriot Street Fighter gear.
He says he's never taken one single penny from the Patriot Street Fighter gear. That is a lie. Just because PayPal freezes your funds. I mean, come on. Listen. If this was true, that would mean that he is going in debt to sell his merch. Because someone still has to pay shipping, someone still has to pay material and production costs to produce it. So you're telling me that you are literally paying out of your own. If someone comes and orders a shirt, it says $18, or it says $29. I think is what he sells his merch for plus shipping. So it says they pay $35, but you don't get any of that money. Instead, you go into your own pocket and pay at cost, let's say $12 to give those people a shirt. Got it.
Seen a penny of it.
PayPal has his shit froze, is what his claim is.
Make money on something. Like I said, I've never taken one single penny from the Patriot Street Fighter gear. I haven't seen a penny of it. Again, that's who these people are. I just thought you'd get a kick out. Like she told me about the frog guy. You know, had Frog News Network and had, as I said to a lady, I said, where'd you get that shirt at one of these events? And she told me. I was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I'd probably get one of ours. That was designed by a shitbag. She just looked at me. She goes, yeah, I think I'm gonna get one of yours.
They copied yours. They copied your shirt.
Oh
And
my
well,
God.
it's funny that they separated. So one guy's taken half of the subscribers. The other one's losing a couple hundred subscribers every day. So we don't really have to do anything. And the Fat Toad got a cease and desist, really nice email from my attorney, as you saw, Scott.
She just said, the Fat Toad got a cease and desist email from my attorney. The Fat Toad. Wonder who she's talking about. Hard to tell.
It's all good. I can't wait to give them another cease and desist. I'm really good at that. So
You
it's all
love that
good.
shit.
Yeah.
You love that shit.
Yep, it's called Crazy Rich Asian. The keyword there is rich, okay? The keyword there is rich, okay? Corporate attorney that's
You are
ready to sue
certain.
you. Yeah.
You are certainly a flavor all of your own.
There we go. Anyway, tomorrow we have Michael Jacob. Scott might or might not call in if he wants to. He can if he has a break to say hi to all his peeps that I have adopted, basically. So it's all good. So yes, Mike's first. So you're on at 1:15. We're excited. Anyone that's on Mike's channel, all you have to do is email my assistant. I had to get an assistant. Her name's globalcarry@gmail. Please bring your own chair because it's outdoors. We have so many people now. I can't even keep track. But yeah, Mike's on at 1:15. I hope you can make it really early, like maybe 12 or something for a sound check. Yeah, and the dress is casual.
He's going to need to get there at like 10 a.m. for his fan club. Trust
Oh, of course. Gotta get there for the fan club.
Like Scott
I'll be
McKay,
there
there's a
late.
line. There's a line to meet the
Scott's mad. That's exactly right. Scott's mad because they put kids blocks on a T-shirt that he doesn't copyright or own anything to. Has nothing to do with him. It says save the fucking kids. He's not a kid. He's not saving them. He's got nothing to do with him. But he doesn't bring up the fact that he puts his shit on his Purple Heart merch on shit. The QAnon Purple Heart he's got on his merch. He doesn't say shit about it. That's very, very strange. You think he would bring up and be like, these shitbags stole from me, but I decided to steal this medal from the army and make it something special for me. Piece of shit.
king. There's a line.
show up-
I talked to Nino yesterday, and I said, you really should have done my event, because I said, Mike's doing my event. He goes, you guys are more personable. I go, Scott has a huge line at night. I'm not a vampire, so I have a huge line in the day. I'm not hanging upside down like a vampire to accept the line at night.
Yeah, well, I'd hate for your dick to fall out in front of your face. You hung upside down.
So at our event in Pennsylvania, and Scott's
That was a joke.
heavy into his state. Anyone from Pennsylvania, and I noticed why. Those people from Pennsylvania are the nicest, down-to-earth people that I've met. They're super nice. And the accent's not like mine. They hate my diction, the way I speak. The accent's very soothing. I'm like a machine gun. And they're like very soothing the whole time. Scott's a nice guy. Yeah, he's good-natured. It's all right. I don't know how you guys are friends. I go, have you seen him when he's really pissed? Yeah, he's very similar. There you go.
She's throwing him under the bus.
All I have to say about that.
He's a good guy. No, have you seen him when he's pissed? He's not a good guy. Have you not? You haven't seen him when he's pissed? He goes wide open. He yells and cusses and screams. You remember when he accidentally said the F word and everybody booed him? Because he thought he was still in Las Vegas. It turns out he was doing a performance for a church group and he said the F word and he got booed on stage. He's not a nice guy. Make sure you get in there. He's just like me.
That is Mike Jaco. You show up late, it's going to be pure pandemonium. So don't even think about that.
There you go.
Early, please. They're coming for you.
Super early.
Definitely. He's the big
It's
star.
gonna be fun. Yeah, we'll have a good time.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to speak there. It'll be good.
Definitely. Thank
If
you.
I wasn't,
so much.
if I hadn't committed here, I would certainly have been there. But if I can call in, I'll try. I don't know if I can. I know I have to go on at 3:15 Pacific time, which would be, well, I'll be late for you guys. So there's a
Yeah,
possibility.
we're done
I
by
can
the
call
time.
in.
We're done by that time. We're already
Yeah.
done. The show.
Well, why don't you text me? Why don't you text me, Kirsten, in the morning, and let me know what time? Maybe I can call in, because we do have the 3-hour time zone advantage here.
There you go.
And then maybe Scott's thinking of maybe doing an event in Sarasota when he gets on his own thing. And maybe, you have a lot of peeps in Jacksonville, so maybe you can do that. And of course, when Mike and Tracy, who is his wife, my really good friend, move to Florida permanently, we can do some events, and Tracy and I can go furniture shopping at a huge discount. There you go.
So, Mike, what I
Dangerous.
told Kirsten today is the 24th is kind of the last drop on this tour. After that, I'm
Turn her down.
the entire tour. We're going to what it was supposed to be from the beginning, was Patriot Street Fighter Tour, before I started that January this year, and then Steele asked me to sign on. I did. So now I'm gonna refashion this thing to take.
It's funny. I kind of think the same things a lot of times. They get the talking points from each other's videos, but it's not like they watch a majority of each other's videos, because they misquote or say the same thing the other person does, or say something completely opposite. But what's amazing is it seems like some of their fans are either clipping my video, or they watch my shows, because my shit ends up there so many times. It's wild. It's got to be clips. They don't have time to watch my show, surely. It's got to be somebody clipping it and saying, this asshole talked about you or something.
Take it where it was going from day one, Patriot Street Fighter. So we're going to have an event planner. We need to have one now that's going to start setting these up. I'm going to start in Florida, probably get 3 or 4 events set up in Florida. I talked about that. And then we're going to go ahead and start backtracking, coming up the East Coast. So probably between the 24th of July and then mid-August, I'll probably be on a 3-week hiatus of establishing, planning, all that, but just kind of keep that in your wheelhouse on your calendar, because we'll definitely be enlisting your services.
Yeah.
That'll be good.
You love Florida, don't you, Mike? You love Florida. You love it.
I've always loved Florida. Yeah. I
She won't let anybody talk for themselves.
But now that I'm here, I'm like, I see myself here. So after being in California, and California is like a ship that's sinking fast. I jumped off that thing. A lot of people are jumping off the California ship.
Oh, okay.
And
they're going to Oregon. Yeah.
I don't know why they would go to Oregon. Oregon's not much better.
Yeah.
So,
He even says, I don't know why they're going to Oregon.
and
Florida's the place.
Washington State either, or Nevada, all of them have gone. And it's funny too, because back in what was it, 18? Yeah, 2018. I remember Nevada was coming up on its governor's race, and I was looking at the field, and I was like, all the Republicans look strong, and a lot of people were like, Mike, you should come to Nevada because we're all Republican here. We're gonna win. I'm like, and then I was like, I didn't want to tell them. I was like, I think that's not going to work out. And sure enough, they came in and stole that election.
You know
So
what?
I really think Sisolak, just like Newsom, came in and stole those elections.
They killed the guy that won the election, that owned
unpopular
the bunny
viewpoint here,
ranch.
we're in
You know
siesta.
that guy, the one
Yeah,
that said he was a rhino hunter. I was supposed to speak at his event, and he
Wow.
went to sleep and he never got back up. That was another
That's
job
called death.
they did. He went
Oh,
to that one they took out. Yeah, that guy was the winner, and so he never got up. So
He was the
welcome
winner.
to the clowns. And you're an anomaly, Mike, because you were a former clown. That's actually a good guy. So that's an anomaly for me, in my book, because most of them are rotten to the core. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's lots of good guys in there, and
Yeah.
I work with them. People like myself,
Yeah.
former special forces guys, and we did some good work in there, really good stuff. But all of us could see that things were being manipulated behind the scenes. It's very, very frustrating. It got to the point where it was no longer tenable for me to stay in that environment. It was just started to wear on me,
And that'd be the perfect time to stand up, Scott, and say, hey, by the way, I wasn't in the military. I heard you say that about me a couple of times.
psychologically. So I, pulled out of there. It was not a good thing to pull out of there. I knew that things were not going to be good for me, because for like a year up to that point, they're starting to lean on me. I was like, and when I found out that the thing that I had always wanted to do my whole life, and had done some amazing things while I was there, saving people, turning, places around that where they like, we're gonna have to abandon this place. I'm like, you're gonna be okay here. And then it turned around to be a great base because of stuff that I could do and keep people safe. There was it's very frustrating to see, you know, things turn against me, but it's to be expected because this evil group, they come after people that do good things.
Yeah.
And like we're all seeing. And so it's very frustrating, but you know, you stay involved in the best way that you can.
CBs, thank you for your service, man.
And on the other side of that, I was like, how am I going to talk about these people? You know, how am I going to talk? And I'm not going to talk about, you know, the good people and the things that are like, you know, important. I'm not going to release that information because I'm involved in, you know, very top secret, you know, compartmentalized information pretty much my entire career. They started putting me in programs very early on. So there's good things that are going on out there, but there's definitely, like we're seeing, a lot of manipulation on the backside, you know, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and so forth. And that came from the Nazis. The Nazis did that and they brought it over with them. So all that stuff is, you know, programs that have been going on for a very long time. And it creates a lot of wealth for them. And that's why we're seeing the border like blowing up right now, because they're trying to refill those coffers that Trump basically had whittled down. Just like we did in the Cold War, we basically used money to eliminate them, to bring down the wall, to destroy
you got them.
the Union. We did it through money. It was really not a shot fire, and that's what we were doing.
We're about done with this one, guys.
To the deep state right now. So we're taking away the way that they can do money, and we're taking their top actors off the street.
Yeah.
Good thing for us that they have a limited wingspan now, because it's not going to be all that much longer, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
Well, guys, I'm gonna make a jump here.
Yeah.
I'm working hard to stay up right here. I've got to get ready and go to a dance tonight. Actually, a VIP dinner, but I got to make myself pretty. You know.
You're gonna dance tonight.
Takes a while. I'm the same way. So, you know, I have to work at that.
You guys have no hair. I mean, what the hell? I mean, really? You don't have to do your hair.
Kirsten called him out. You guys have no hair. Scott claims he still has hair. You guys have no hair. Oh no, I didn't even hear that when I watched it earlier at all. You guys have no hair.
Takes a while. I'm the same way. So, you know, I have to work at that.
You guys have no hair. I mean, what the hell? I mean, really? You don't have to do your hair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like you jump in the shower and it's like you don't have any hair. What are you talking about?
I take 5 minutes to get ready. That's me. I'm like a tomboy.
I can be ready in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, me too. 5 minutes.
I can wait. I can get out of bed, put my clothes on, and go. So,
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I'm not that fast. Just moving to get to the bathroom takes a little time for me. And then I remember the days I had a lot of thick hair. I'd use a blow dryer, try to straighten it out so curly for like 5 minutes. Now it takes about 3-4 seconds. Boom, it's done. Don't have as much to work with anymore.
Oh yeah, I forgot he's all metal.
There's none there.
Got a lot of metal inside. Okay, there we go.
Oh yeah, that's what made his hair fuck up. Is the metal in his leg.
Stone says I've been going around the world talking about, you know, railing against this transhumanism, and now I'm traveling with a fucking cyborg.
Scott is a joke. I know that you're saying he's not as cool as you used to think he was. He is. If you just watch him long enough and you don't fall under his trance, you'll see that he is nothing like what he pretends to be. He's not there for the kids. He's even stopped mentioning Trump now, so he's not there for Trump. Scott McKay is there to go out around the world and tell people how awesome Scott McKay is until he thinks enough people love Scott McKay to replace his dad, who never cared for him.
So, Scott, how can people get hold of you if they want to? We'll put your information down in the description box.
Yeah, they can go to scottmckay.us. That's scottmckay.us, and they can pretty much see all things Patriot Street Fighter there.
Excellent. And Telegram, your Telegram. He's got so many Telegrams. It's like 4 or 5.
No, I don't know why you say that. I do not. I have one Telegram broadcast channel, and it's Patriot Street Fighter broadcast channel. I have nothing else. So whatever else you see out there, other people are putting those things up. It's not me. Actually, there was somebody put up one Patriot Street Fighter, something or other, Scott McKay family. So yeah. I beat the shit out of them, called them douchebags and scumbags. And within they changed the name of it. It's like very effective. That's how it works.
Nice.
You got him so good, buddy.
Stop being fraudulent. Start.
I beat the shit out of him. Why does he even say that shit? Like, the other day he's like, and it doesn't come off as good. He's like, the other day, some woman, obviously looking for a fight, asked me if I order a Save the Kids t-shirt, is there a donation made to children somewhere? And obviously she's looking for a fight. So I picked her up, put her in the car, drove her out in the middle of the interstate, beat the shit out of her, left her laying in the ditch dead, and drove away. What are you saying, dude? Too much detail about whatever you've done previously in your life. It's very strange.
Start being people of honor, start to be an
No
honest,
kidding,
start
right?
doing the right thing. Yeah, do the right thing. Don't be a douchebag. Especially the dime store version. Please just be honest.
Stop parasiting. Stop parasiting.
I have one Telegram broadcast channel, Patriot Street Fighter broadcast channel.
Dime store douchebag. I wonder who he's talking about.
That's it.
Good. And Kirsten, how about yourself? How can people?
KirstenW.net has all the links to everything and all the videos that we've done, Mike. Now the 5th one. And how many have I done?
That's exactly right. Somebody said he ain't saving anything but the cash from it. That's exactly right.
Done with Scott like 10, probably, yeah. So it's all there. BitChute, Brighteon, Rumble, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, it's all good.
He's also infatuated with cross dressing. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed that, and incest maybe. You guys are over there. You're probably wearing your sister's panties, and maybe you're posing in front of a full length mirror, and you bend over just a little bit and pull at your lip like you're confused, and take a picture and send it to me at Patriot Street Fighter at patriotstreetfighter.com. And Bob, can you put on some bobby socks and pull them all the way up? No, keep your sister's panties on in the basement, please. Can you chain yourself to that mirror? What are you asking for?
All right, guys. Thanks for joining me today. We had quite a little following while we're doing this. It's a nice big chuck. I feel comfortable leaving this up. So if you want to send people here, or definitely we'll share. You guys have your own link. You'll be putting up on your own site. So all you guys that join us today are going to see this later on. Lots of love to you. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you guys again next time.
Thank you.
Great to see
Okay, that's the way. That's the way it cut off. It's always real short endings over there on their Zoom calls. By the way, don't forget, if you're just in or out or coming back tomorrow, we're going to have Ken Carson on. He's the guy who made at least for an hour. And I told him if he'd give me an hour to talk to him about him and his music and his life and everything else, politics, whatever, that he could hang around for the rest of the show if he wanted to, or he could jet. I think he's going to stay for the full hour and then probably stay around a little bit longer. But we're going to talk about his music and stuff. He's the one who made all the veteran style music. I've enjoyed his music. I'm not a big... it's more like, I guess, like ballads, or I wouldn't even call it country, but I liked his music. I'm not a big country fan, but I did like his music, even if you did call it country, I guess, but I'm not sure what he calls it. And by the way, back over to scottmckay.us, he's worried about people stealing his children's block stuff, and then his merch shop is full of shit like this. Wonder where you got this design, Scott. Wonder where you got this design. I guess that's all original, right? It's all original to Scott McKay. That is original Scott McKay artwork. Don't fuck with it. It's Scott McKay's. By the way, this little gem popped up. I just wanted you guys to see Rockabilly. Yeah, maybe. I just wanted you guys to see him jumping on the frogs and Kirsten jumping in, because they may have to address that. I don't know if they will or not. But a lot of people missed this little video. I did at first. Somebody sent it to me. I didn't watch it long enough to hear the frog part until someone sent it to me and said, "Did you hear the part about the frogs?" And I said no, and pulled it up. But yeah, you got to check that one out. I'm sure if enough of their fans watch it, they're going to ask Doug about it. He's going to have to respond, and hopefully they've asked him so many times he's pissed off about it then and does some kind of crazy response. This is another video that kind of crept up in and out and under the shadows. We didn't really get a chance to see this, so let's see what this is. Here we go.
All right, everybody here, Unpopular Viewpoint here, and we're in Siesta Key, Sarasota right now with Miss W. Kirsten's doing an event tomorrow. Tell us about your event, Kirsten.
Hi, it's called Real Patriots Act. It's between 1 to 5, and it's at the Philippi State Park gazebo, which I rented basically. And this channel is the correct channel that I told you to come to get all the in-between and live updates of the event. Please come and join so we can get his numbers higher, so he can do actual lives instead of having to do the video and then upload it. He needs 10,000 subscribers, so
yeah, there's people that are not grifting. The problem is their content isn't as sensationalized. It's not as exciting, and it doesn't have as much people wanting to jump on board and drive them into the algorithm and put them up and blah blah blah. They're more like a news channel. And they might even be edgier and cover some stuff and ask some hard questions, but they're not. They're just not out here screaming about clones and this and that. They are not as flashy, I guess. Now, I'm not saying this, but are you, Char, the person that was literally called out in a different chat by Kirsten W. for starting and insinuating rumors within the frogs community? Are you, Char, saying she is not a size 6?
He can do actual lives instead of having to do the video and then upload it. He needs 10,000 subscribers, so I hope you guys...
That is a confirmed yes. Char is saying yes. Char Kroger, you can have her by name. There, Kirsten W. When you watch this replay, you're more than welcome to it. I'll help point her out. If you give me a police lineup, I'm pretty sure I can show you. Someone else said, "What is she wearing?" This is a standard issue U.S. Army pup tent. You can see the lumps and the wrinkles in it from where it's already been installed somewhere. They probably pulled it out of the Middle East. Looks like it has some damage around the leg poles there. A little scuffing. I don't know.
That watched my video earlier to get your chairs and bring them, and also, welcome to the event tomorrow. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Kirsten.
So I thought it was kind of mean, but there was some people that immediately called her out for what she was wearing up in Gettysburg, and they're like, they just basically they would know subtly. At least I like to be subtle or like leave some hints or kind of beat around the bush or something to make it funny. But people were like, "You're just fat as fuck." Like that was the comment said. So she said, "I'm not fat. It was what I was wearing. I'm a size 6." And that was her claim after the Gettysburg event. I don't know. I don't even know what women's sizes are, to be honest with you. I don't know the difference between a 6 and a 60.
So yeah, we're gonna be here tomorrow doing some behind the scenes type stuff on Unpopular Viewpoint. Make sure you, like she said, bring chairs.
Chicken palm and basketball.
Bring something in case it rains, an umbrella or poncho or something like that. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, that's what it is. She's wearing her poncho. Well, I figured the smaller number was, the smaller the number, the smaller it is. Like a 0 and a 1 were probably super small. I've heard those, but I just don't know what scale that's in. Like is what would be okay if a 1 is a small, whereabouts is a large? Like a 10 or a 5 or what would, if a 1 is a small, and like if you compared it to men's clothing, if a 1 is a small, what would be a large? I don't know. The only thing I'm going off of is she turned around in one of the other videos and it says sleeps 42 men and their packs. I have no idea what that means. 10, 12 is large. Okay. So like 1 is a small and 10 to 12 is a large. 12, 14. Okay. 36, 38. I got you. Size 15 shoe. Damn.
1 o'clock here in Sarasota at the Philippi Estate. Michael Jaco is going to be there, and we also
Philippi
have
Estate.
a special guest who's going to show up.
Secret special guest who's going to show up. I wonder if the special guest showed up.
So you definitely want to come and check this one out. Again, thank you, Kirsten, for.
Okay. I honestly didn't know. I know when I order you like men's shirts, I get you a large, sometimes a medium. But you said you like a large better. But I didn't. That's a lot of numbers because all men have is small, medium, large, extra large, 2X. You know what I mean?
Can't wait for tomorrow. See you later.
You got 5 sizes in between those, in between each one of them. All right. That was. Oh, I want to see if there's. I wonder if their special guest showed up. If they had a special guest, I know they had a picture of, or they had a. Oh, I guess not. They had somebody shared a video of Jaco talking at the event, but I can't remember. It was on a Telegram channel or something. Let me see if they put it on mine. I can't remember what it was. Do you guys remember who posted that? Hold on. It's not it. Do you guys remember who posted that Jaco video earlier where he was talking at the thing? There's people trying to get me to get a sponsor and take a bus on the road. Hell, I gotta fucking find a house before I can find a bus, boys. I would like to, when we get settled, like make excursions and do an on the road trip and stuff. Now that YouTube's coming around to where it's going to support us well and pay our bills, and disability and stuff's doing good. So maybe there can be a time where we go to a certain area and set up and do shows that night. And if you live locally or close enough, you can come and hang out. We'll find somewhere we'll find somewhere where I can bring my PC in and we can stream, and you guys can be part of the show in person, like a coffee shop or something, like that dude that makes the music and streams in different coffee shops and whatever, and he does live music and lets them set up. We'll find somewhere to meet up and do a live stream. You guys can be part of the show, and I'll just pack my PC in and bring it with us. I don't see it. How far am I from Brad? Hour and a half, maybe, something like that. Me and Brad are on the same side of the state. Tennessee's really long. If he was on the other side of the like on the other end of the state, you're talking like 10 hours. But because we're on the same side, just north and south, you can be across the whole north to south in like 3 hours. So it's not that bad. I don't know. I can look for this in a minute. I've got another video to play anyways, and I can look for this in a minute while the Jaco video. I just know they had a video of him talking at the event thing, but I don't know. I don't know if their special guest showed up or not. Every event claims they have a special guest. I haven't seen any of them. Any of these events, even the ones where the special guest showed up, where I was like, "Oh my God, yeah, I would have bought a ticket for that." They're usually stupid shit, like or people that no one knows. It's so strange. Let's see here. What's this one? Oh, that's David Pakman. That was the new. What's his name? Conspiracy Killer. Conspiracy Killer did a video on David Pakman. Okay, it doesn't matter. Let me get another video playing. You guys can check this one out. I've not actually watched this one, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to be good. Yeah, let's see this. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a good one. Let's copy link address. I'll just throw it over here. Boom, boom. Damn it. No, that's not going to work. I didn't need to open it because it's got the Facebook qualifier on it, don't it? It's all right.
Here I am back. It's been a long time since I did a show or had any guests on or anything like that. I've been laying low, and because I haven't...
You guys recognize this woman? Roseanne Barr. As the brother bishop, sir, Larry Gathers can't even get a paycheck to go through, cashing at the bank account, waiting on the quantums.
Felt good and...
Can I slow it down for you, brother chat?
Bum knee, and it was my good knee for a while.
Holy shit. Travis, what character are you playing? Oh my... Everybody go to Telegram and look at the picture. Just go look at it right now. I don't care if the views tank. Everybody go to the Telegram account and look at the picture.
Taken over from my other bum knee, and now it's the bum knee, and my former bad knee can't become the good knee. So
yeah, she does look a lot rougher. I feel like maybe she's got some stuff. I don't know. I feel bad for her at times, and then she comes out and says something so fucking stupid, and I'm like, well, you get what you deserve, like Jason Q told every Jewish person in the world.
I got no good knee now, putting it shortly. But my first guest, and it's apt to me that he is my first guest back, because I'm very concerned with subjects that we're both very concerned with, and can't wait to talk to him. And I do love him very much and consider him family, and that his name is Larry Gathers, Bishop Larry Gathers. So
it's more like I want to see what their topic subject matter is. I'm not saying that you need to know what Roseanne Barr says, but she is a crazy QAnon conspiracy. The last one she did with Joe Rogan, man, was a mess, dude. She was all over the place, and he was trying to ask questions, and it was bad.
Everybody say hi to Larry Gathers, and hi, Larry.
Hi, Mom. Great to see you. Great to be back on your show. I miss you so much. I've been praying for you, and you're absolutely great, Mom. And love you so very much. Great to be back. Yes.
Well, you're looking real good yourself, and I think
Does he keep calling her Mom?
I have a feeling that could be that you might have met a woman that makes you feel happy.
Yes.
Well, she hasn't done a whole lot of public stuff. When she was on when she was on, damn it, I just said his fucking name, Joe Rogan's podcast. She never said the letter Q, but every theory she had was a QAnon narrative.
Oh, yes.
I can see it right on your face. It's crazy how that works.
I got this glow, you know, and
By the way, thank you guys for coming out of the stream. Our stream is really growing. We've had over 300 viewers for like a while now on the two platforms combined. I know we're just under 300 on YouTube, but when you throw in the Facebook people, we're over 300. We have been for a while.
yeah, you know, she is my queen, and I'm telling you, she keeps me grounded, and I'm telling you, I'm the happiest man on the face of the earth, and I am, and I thank God that I have a true woman of God. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, that's hard to find, you know. I know that's hard to find. Because, you know, I got Jake and Buck. I'm always butting my nose and trying to, well, not Jake anymore, since he did find a very good woman and they've had a baby, which is exciting. But Buck, he hasn't found a woman. And, you know, I know it's very hard for men to find a good woman. It really is.
It's hard. I mean, especially in this day and age. You know, it's, you know, I tell men, you know, when you sweep a woman off of her feet, make sure you catch her so she won't hit the ground. And so, yeah, women, I'm blessed. I am blessed. I am so very blessed. I know God loves me so much, Mom, that he's given me the very best. So
that's excellent.
Yes, one day, yeah, I would love for you guys to meet. Absolutely.
I would love to also. I want to say, like, EJ is he's another son of mine that he's not, I don't think
It might be super boring if they just talk about this shit.
But now he's presently free, and but I think he's always got an eye out for something going on. But I'm glad to see these guys, both of them. They're both 26, and so, you know, it might be these days that it's better for a man to wait till he's about 30 or 32, a little bit older, to look to seriously hooking up with a woman, because
so I'm sure
these women are just too wild. You can't. You don't want them when they're young.
No,
you don't want them young women. You want them old ladies.
And trauma, I'm too old for that, you know. No, and I tell these men, listen, make sure you get a stable woman, you know, a stable woman. And I'm telling you, I am blessed. And
you are.
I'm blessed, Mom. I don't see how men can go through life dating, courting, or marrying an unstable woman. Oh my, it's just.
Now, is there any other kind anymore? It seems to me there's no other kind. I know you can't say it, so, but this is true because I'm a woman. I look at it like there's nothing but unstable half nuts ladies out there. I mean, looking for my son.
You're calling out women as being unstable and nut jobs? Come on.
You know, sons adjacent for them to get decent women to spend their lives with, and you know they want to have children. And I'm like, well, you don't want any part of these gals. You don't want any part of what they're up to. And, you know, they're never going to be able to live down the shit they're doing. I mean, seriously. They may think they're going to live it down, but you won't. Like, I got old friends. I got my old girlfriends now, you know, it's in their 60s. And, of course, they're on their third and fourth husband because they couldn't never keep one. I'm serious.
They beat Liz Taylor, you see?
Yeah. It's like, you know, once the husband finds out what you were doing before you got with him, he's out of there. He's not going to hang out for that.
I tell these men, listen, I wanted God to send me a particular woman. I did not want a Precious, someone that looks like the linebacker for the Los Angeles Rams. Stop. I don't want anyone that on a honeymoon night, when the moon comes down and the honey runs out, not even MapQuest can find anything.
Whoa. Is that why you think it's called the honeymoon night? What? When the moon comes down and the honey runs out. I threw up a little bit.
Lord, don't send me a small petite woman that I can carry.
Oh God! Oh.
That's right. Get them patches, cut them open.
I don't want. Now, some guys like thick women. That's not me. I don't. If I can't carry her over the threshold, God, throw her back in the sea. I don't want it. Oh no! And I tell these.
Right, your honey pot's been dry for months. What we doing here?
You're gonna get it so much.
Don't get me started. You're gonna get me started preaching now. And I told all my spiritual sons and daughters, Lord, send her back with their 30 chins and 60 butts. Lord, send her back. I don't want that. Now, and I tell my spiritual daughters, you know, we have a global.
You're not into fat chicks. That's what you're saying.
No. I got a small petite woman. That's what I love. You know, I don't want a linebacker or a sumo wrestler from Japan. Stop. And I keep telling My spiritual daughters in Christ, listen, you can't get a man going to the cotton club, okay, thinking you can fall in love with someone with 50 pounds of Jerry curls, thinking he's Rick James. Stop. I tell women, listen, you can only get a good man by you praying to God. God will send you the man. So I did not want no thick woman. No. So,
But you know, there are some good things that comes along with a thick woman. For one, well, if she has half her brain, but they don't have. Even the fat women are too crazy now. It used to be in my day, the fat women were the good women. Well, it was, not by choice.
They definitely work harder to impress you.
But then
John Frank, $10. To me forever to type this. I'm almost blind after seeing Kirsten's outfit. You have an awesome family. I believe good things are coming for you. Thank you, man. I know that it's not your guys' responsibility, or it's not your all's fault that I'm fucking crazy. But I go through, like, with the PTSD and the issues and stuff, I go through like spells where I get really down, and then spells where I feel really good. I'm feeling pretty good about it tonight. We got money in the bank that we wouldn't have had without your guys' help and support. We got a couple pieces of property we might be able to buy. Maybe we can just get a double wide or something. We got tons of people who volunteered to help me. So even if I do a double wide, I mean, I could have some people help me maybe clear the land. I've got a bridge I got to build. If I buy one piece of land, I'm gonna have to replace the bridge that goes across the creek there. I still need some help. Maybe still get to meet you guys and hang out. And I'm in a better position than I'm not in a good position by any means, but I'm in a better position than a lot of people right now. Plus, I could be in a lot. If I wouldn't have reached out for help, I could be in a lot worse position. We could still do better, of course, but everybody can always do better, huh? So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for that and the support. I'm doing pretty good tonight. But I know I sometimes throw my mood swings into the show, but I mean, I use my show for therapy. I don't separate my life typically from the show. If you guys see or hear it here, it's I had it happen to me in my real life. You know what I mean?
They turned them into, they do anything to get a man. And so, of course, every man who has, no standards is going to get with them because they don't have no standards either. You know what I mean?
That's
right. So it's got a tiny creek, and I don't know if we'll be able to get that piece of land. I'm going to talk to the guy some tomorrow too about it, but it's got a tiny creek that I actually my cousin used to live near there, and me and him used to walk down to that creek and catch, we call them crawdads or crayfish or whatever you want to call them. And it's got, some little horny head and shit in it. Like it's a small creek. A good jump would take you across it, but to a little boy growing up playing in it, it's damn whitewater rafting. You know what I mean?
Standards. I tell men
we'll figure something out. Me and Mariah has been down and put down and lost everything multiple times before. We've been fucked over and people leaving us high and dry and screwed up and lost jobs and backed against the wall. We've always come out with maybe a lot rougher around the edges and beat up, but we've always survived. I'm sure we'll survive this as well.
Listen, a lot of you love your Kim Kardashians with her 10 V's, 5 V's, and 3.5.
We'll figure out something.
On the tail of a dead horse that will sacrifice the doubles.
I've had people offer that they'll help me co-sign or go to the bank, help me out at the bank. I've had people, offer money and their services and their time. Which the plan never was to, unless, if it would have went viral and I would have just got enough money to buy a house cash, amazing. But the plan really was to offset my really shitty credit score somehow and have enough money down to where I can, it's not that I can't afford it. I paid a shit ton of money for this, probably $500 more a month than what it was worth to live here. I can afford the mortgage and the payment. The problem's getting approved for everything. Once I get approved, we got and find a place and get approved for it. We're basically on Easy Street. I can pay it. I get I get the stuff from the VA and I make money here, a little bit of money here, and everything does good.
Bangladesh and India. Stop. See, you need a true woman of God. Okay, after God's own heart. Mom, you are a true
through
woman.
The roof, through the.
No, I am.
Hold on, I hate to keep pausing this, but let me say this right quick. So one of the problems we've ran into is not only is real estate disappearing almost instantly, the one piece of land I found that we might have a real shot at, The only reason I found it is because the guy contacted me when I put out a post that says, anybody know of any land for sale? He doesn't have it listed. The stuff that is listed is disappearing as fast as it is. And one house that was in our price range and listed, I called and asked them about it. And they said, oh, yeah, we're taking offers now. And I said, oh, okay, but you know, you're not on contingent or under. Contingent means like they got one last thing, like the bank to approve or an inspection. And if it does that, it goes under contract. But you're not under contingent, you're not under this or that. And they said no, and I said, oh, okay. And they said, but I will tell you that the offers that are coming in now, we've got 3 offers, and the lowest offer is $20,000 above asking price. How the hell do you go out and buy shit or get a bank to loan for it or be prepared for $20,000 to $50,000 over asking price? Over asking price. What the hell am I supposed to... a piece of land we found that was a decent size. It was overpriced, honestly, but I was planning on talking to the guy and explaining to him. He thought the house could be renovated and saved that was there, but it can't be. There's no way. It would be it's the crackheads ripped all the wires out of the wall and stuff. It would be cheaper to demolish it and build a house, right? He thought it could be saved, so I was planning on talking to him about it, and it's overpriced. And he said that he had heard that before and was talking to people about he was open to negotiate on the price. The next day I called him back. He said somebody called him from Florida and offered him full price cash, and they're coming in next week to look at it. Like, it's just crazy. It's crazy. There's no way. And I'm in a hole in the wall in Tennessee. Why the hell are people offering cash money for pieces of property from Florida? Like, Jesus. It couldn't have happened at a worse time. We're kind of in a bind because the VA hasn't approved us yet, but hopefully it's coming soon. It's a bad time to buy real estate, and I think the guy that saw dollar signs, and that's why we're getting fucked. He knew that he could get it. We're getting fucked. What's happening in Oklahoma, especially since we become the pot capital of the world, my small shitty town that doesn't have a school, acreage went from So here, if you don't buy like large lots, if you're looking at between like maybe 1 to 3 acres, it varies wildly on how it's zoned, but most of the time you're looking at 1 acre, depending on where it's at and what it looks like out in the county, not in the city. It can be anywhere from, I don't know, 10,000 to 40,000 probably. And those prices have probably inflated by about 60% or something. And then large acreage, you might get large acreage down to, I don't know, $5,000 an acre if you're buying like 10 or more. But it's went up as well, just not as quick. You're looking at shit that's wooded. I found one spot that was really affordable, and I thought, oh wow, this is like old prices before this shit happened. And I went, and it's steeper than a mule's face. Like it's almost straight uphill. This shit's insane. And I thought about building a house, but a lot of lumber prices are still up. I know they're coming down, but a lot of lumber prices are still up, and that takes time. I think my best option might be to get a piece of land. We'd be landowners, right? I could have some people help me get it ready and prepare the pad and get everything ready, and then either get a double wide or a modular or something that we just pull up there and it's basically ready to go, right? And then if we want to build a house, if I still want to do that as a project, I'll just do it behind it, right? Because right now, even if I wanted to build the metal building house, which would be awesome, I don't think I could afford the materials. It's going to cost me twice as much. I don't know. We're still thinking about it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Still trying to raise money. Still trying to find a bank that'll approve us, and how much do we need to get approved, and still thinking about it. But we're trying. We can't be homeless. We're going to make something work. I just hope it's not like a drastic, like horrible downgrade and the kids hate it and everybody hates it and I'm like stuck in the middle. I'm hoping we can at least make a lateral move maybe. We'll see what happens. Barn dominium, yeah. I do want to build the garage style, the metal building house, or maybe a Connex style house or whatever. But maybe that's more of a long-term project instead of trying to move into it in a month. You know what I mean? Everything's just messed up right now.
That's all they are. You know, they're witches. And you know, listen.
Well, they are witches. You're not lying. You are not lying.
I just bought a house on 7 acres.
He's not lying when he says they are witches. He's not
They're
lying.
witches.
Mhm.
And
Wow.
like Beyonce, she's talking about black is king. No, God is king. Beyonce's a witch too. Oprah went to all witches. You know.
I know they are. I used to be in that group of them. You know. Well, I didn't want to.
She ran around with the witch group. That Oprah's witches. I know. I used to be with them. Somebody said when Liberty and his brother to come down. So my plan is, if I let's say like we do a double wide or maybe I find one that's used that's got to be sold or something. Whatever I find. My plan is to have anybody who wants to come and help. We can get the lot ready and get it prepared, build the bridge, clean off a building pad. Maybe I'll grab a bush hog and bush hog it depending on where it's at, stuff like that. We can all hang out for a few days, and then if we just bring in a double wide or something in, we'll get it pulled in and then we go to town, get everything set up and unpack, and there you go. I can't even imagine coordinating hundreds of people and lumber and deliveries and expensive as lumber is and a house pad and trying to get 500 people who volunteered to build a house. That makes me anxious just thinking about it. You know what I mean? Like I get freaked out around 5 people, much less 500, and everybody trying to build a house. And I appreciate it, but I don't know that if I could manage that. Jesus Christ.
But
Yes,
once I start getting famous, then they start inviting me and this and that. And then once I saw what they were doing, I was
That's
like,
cool, Rita.
I would have a different way of saying it than what like you have had. But I would say like, hey man, I'm a Jew.
That's right.
I'm a Jew. I read the Torah and stuff. I'm not your kind of Jew. I don't do that stuff. I read the Torah and stuff.
That's
I'm
right.
I'm not whatever it is you're doing. I'm not that because I'm not that. I think there's rules and stuff.
Oh my!
I try to make things better, not worse. I try to bring people together, not divide them. I try to get them to love on each other, not hate each other. See, I'm not like you. I'm not like you. I try to do right. See, I'm not like you. I try to get paid for my work,
Jesus.
not steal other people's work. See, I'm not like you.
Thank you.
See, I believe there's right and wrong. See, I'm not like you.
Right.
But you know what? I have no ass. That's what used to piss me off. But you know what? You're right. I don't have an ass, and I don't have a thin waist, so I'm not worth shit in your world.
Well,
Because
she's not any less crazy. Asking what MOS someone was. Yeah, I'm 19 Delta Calf Scout. We did this. I guess you weren't here. Was that last show or is that this show?
you know what? I'm assless and an ass.
I trained at Fort Knox before they moved the cavalry school down to Benning.
In an ass-based economy, so I have no fucking value to you. But I am not like you. You see, because
Right.
like I'm a Jew and I read the Torah and I have
Yes.
Shabbat. So I'm not like you. I don't want to be hurting
ma'am.
people and shit. I don't want power that I don't earn. I don't want nothing to do with power that I don't earn that isn't God.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to get bad.
Or give me. I don't want nothing to do with it. See, I'm not like you. See.
Oh, hey, thank you for your service, man. I appreciate it. Did you train? So I don't know this. I didn't go to infantry school, but when I was in, they were saying that all infantry was now going to be trained as 11 Charlie's mortarmen too, and you had to be qualified. Even if you went to an 11 Bravo unit and you never touched a mortar in your life, that you were going to be trained as a mortarman too. Did you train on mortars as well, or did you just do straight infantry school? I've heard that's true, that they train them both ways now, and that's been since, I don't know, the late 2000s when I heard that rumor and everybody was talking about it, and I've heard it since then, but it might not be true. I've never been to infantry school.
I'm not like you. You know, that's just what I feel like saying. I start preaching too, because I'm like, this is the end of the world, and you know it. It's the end of the world, and I can't even get centered on this camera.
Oh shit!
I don't even know which way to go.
It's the end of the world. She keeps moving the wrong way because the camera's flipped. She keeps moving the wrong way and cutting more of her face off.
There I am. But it is the end of the world. It's the end of the world because of people stupid.
The end of the world as we know it.
I haven't been able to do
And I feel fine.
I get too mad. I'm too mad. And you know, God is talking right to me. And I'm like, okay, give me a break. Give me a break. Have some mercy on me, Lord. Have some mercy on me. I can't do it. You got to go get somebody else. I cannot keep my temper as you want me to, so go get somebody else.
Wow.
And he told me, you know what God told me? He said, I want, Roseanne, calm down because I have a mission for you. I said, what is it, Lord?
25th Infantry.
If I have proved that to you by now,
That's
even
right.
if it gets me fired and in trouble, you know I'll do it if you put it rightly to me. You've seen that. So he says, yes, Roseanne, I do. I have something I want you to do. I want you to tell people that I am mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. He said,
Oh, shit.
that's what I have to say to him right now. And if they can't figure out why, at least tune in to what. See what is happening right in front of your eyes. And Roseanne will then explain it, as will Dr. Bishop Larry will explain why. But get into the what. See
The
what
why,
is happening right in front of your eyes right now.
Yes.
Wow, dude, she's going off. She is intense here, man. 25th Infantry. We typically had someone with us, and we actually did some training with them, and I wouldn't say we were qualified, but we did some call for fire and stuff. But the 13 Foxtrot guys, that was a pretty cool job. It's like a fire support, whatever. It's a forward observer. A lot of times they'd be with us, and when they're with us, it's really easy to call for fire because you just tell him to do it. That's his job. But they go through some pretty intense training about fire support and where to put it, how to call it in, how to do everything.
What is happening?
Paul Mooney, your great friend, and
Yeah, they threw that in the late 2000s. I was in 10th Mountain Division, 222 Infantry. We were like, okay, I trained straight infantry at Fort Benning and Ayers. Okay. I didn't know if that was true or not, that they were putting everybody through mortar school. I guess that's cool. I mean, you could do a dual role. Hell, when I was there was a time when I was in Iraq where we were dropping. Somebody just showed us in about 5 minutes how to hang mortars and drop mortars, and because the base was under attack. Like, I think it's cool to have that kind of dual role to where you can mortarman or artillery. But it would suck if you really wanted to be light infantry. And then you went all the way through the school and made it out, and then they put you in a mortar platoon.
One of my favorite, just comedians. I wish I would have
The
known.
architect. I just want to give him some props right now.
Yes.
Because he was indeed the architect of words that changed this culture.
They moved the armor school down there to train scouts and tankers down to Benning as well.
That's right.
And it's no longer at Fort Knox.
Many of the most important words into Richard's mouth, as he did put the most important words into the mouth of Red Fox.
Yes, ma'am.
And so many other what's his name that did on the Norman Lear shows. Paul wrote all the shows that told America about race.
Yeah.
And he changed this culture along with Richard Pryor. And
Yeah.
Paul understood as a comic. Sometimes this is where I think comics and people of God are very good friends, preachers and stuff, because like Paul used to say, you just got to do it, Roseanne. You got to do it for Jesus, he'd say. And I said, I totally understand that. Sometimes you just have to do it for God, You can't not say something. You cannot be silent in the face of pure evil as a comic. So you got to try to come up with the right joke, and sometimes you can't. Like, how do you do
Oh,
it?
so this is a comedy routine? Is that our new claim?
How do you come up with your sermons when everything's so damn ridiculous you don't have anything to say?
Yeah, we are eyewitnessing.
Yeah, I'll be on Tony's show if that's what he wants to do. I need to talk to you, Tony, about my schedule, and there's going to be a couple days where I'll be gone. But yeah, I'll come on your show.
They have become allergic to the very throne of their own thinking, and that's why I absolutely love Paul Mooney, because he exposed the Boule Sicker Society.
He
See,
did.
the
That's
Boule.
what I was going to say. That's what he told me about this.
Oh yeah, talk with your hands more. It makes you seem more stable, for sure.
About all these secret societies and this and that and the other, somewhat, because I was always a conspiracy gal. And then you find out 10 years later, hey, that wasn't no conspiracy. That was the truth. You were just ahead of the rush. You were ahead of the rush hour.
Yes, you see, the Boule Sicker Society.
I gotcha.
Is the black equivalent of Yale University Skulls and Bones. Now, the term Boule.
Thank you for your service, buddy. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know if I've seen you in chat before or not.
Which means they're the gatekeepers. So if I could use a topic today of our discussion would be the Boule Sicker Society, the gatekeepers of the order. What order? This Illuminati system that we're angry at, who are trying to depopulate
So I probably will not have a show on the night of the 20th, 21st, and 22nd. And the 23rd night, that Friday night, is kind of iffy. We're going to visit some family, but let's see what we can do.
Populators from 7.7 billion to under 500 million people in fulfillment of the Georgia Guidestones, which was
I'll probably if I find something interesting, something I want to talk about, I might go live from I'm not taking my PC, but I might go live from my phone up during the day, but it probably won't be at night. I'll be hanging out with the family and stuff at night.
anyone in Elberton, Georgia. So the Boule Secret Society began on the 15th of May,
The Boule, yeah.
1904, in the city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the hometown of the late Kobe Bean Bryant. So the Boules go back not just to 1904, but go all the way back into the antiquity of the Greek Empire with Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates, where the Greek Parliament would choose families of color to protect not their own people, but to protect the very same system that has enslaved them. So the Boules in 1904, May 4th, 1904, was started with Rockefeller money, okay, through 9 black men who were highly educated, beginning with Dr. Henry McKee Menton and another man by the name of Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois. Now, Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois is revered, Mom, in the annals of Black American history, but he was a sellout in the region.
If she came on more, for sure I would watch her. I think she's entertaining as hell. Like, people can say, "Oh, you're being mean to these people," or what. These are the people I find entertaining. Have you not watched these people? Like, we make jokes and it's filler material and something to talk about, and they mispronounce a word or said something wrong, but we're really concerned about fact checking. But until then, these people are entertaining as shit.
Why he was a sellout? Because Dr. Du Bois, Henry McKee Menton, and 7 other black men in February of 1929 were hired by the federal government on the left, beginning with this devil by the name of J. Edgar Hoover, to set up a black conservative, a man by the name of Dr. Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Now, to a lot of your listeners, they may or may not even heard of Dr. Garvey. Dr. Garvey was a black American patriot, Mom. He was a conservative.
Yes, he was.
He did not, you know about him, see? And he did not depend on the federal government, Mom. What he did, he told black Americans to
Can you hear her doubled up, or is that just me?
depend on yourself, do for self. The Boulets, they couldn't have that. So they were contracted by J. Edgar Hoover to set up Marcus Garvey as if he was embezzling money.
Tell me, Miss Roseanne, can I preach it to you, please?
In New York City, he was sent to prison for a short period of time and then deported back to his home country of Jamaica. So the Boule Secret Society consists of 5,000 black men and women here in the United States, throughout the Caribbean, and in the United Kingdom. They're chosen.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this guy really, but I'll watch him if it's like that's the reason the only video we've ever watched of him is one where he was on Scott, where he said black people were the Jewish people, that there wasn't really any Jews, that they stole the black people's story. And then the other one was where he bounced a check. I don't think we've ever watched him since then. He's got to have something with him for me to watch him.
Masters, okay? Those of the Illuminati system will go into the crab barrel and choose a Barack Obama, choose a devil, someone like Valerie Jarrett, okay? Choose these devils like Reverend Al, vitamin B deficient chocolate, okay? Benjamin Crump, okay? Every time there is a black kid that's killed, there's Benjamin Crump collecting a check from the Boulets. So the Boulets were responsible, Mom, for the creation of Planned Parenthood with this woman, Margaret Sanger. Now, Planned Parenthood began as the birth control.
Thank you, Dreamweaver. That was a super chat. Another struggle. VA struggle is real. Yeah. I'm trying to. I've been working on a rate increase for this. I'm already disabled. Got a rating, but I'm trying to get an increase. And it's been as bad as worse than the first time, and COVID isn't helping any. Everything's delayed because COVID and pushed back, and they canceled a bunch when COVID first kicked off, and now they're trying to catch up on those, plus get to the new ones. And it's first come, first serve, like whatever order you were in to get called up. So they can't even tell me what position I'm in, if it'll be a week or a year. But it's been a mess here lately.
going back to 1916. Then 13 years later, they became Planned Parenthood. Now, 75% of their clinics is in black.
Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
That's not by accident. So to understand what's going on in the foreground today, we have to first understand what went on in the historical background. So the Boule Seeker Society has no interest of protecting their own people, okay? Their objective is to protect their slave masters, okay? And so now the Boule, go ahead, Mom. Yes, ma'am.
Now let me get involved here.
Yes, ma'am.
Because biblically, this is very biblical.
Ah.
You see?
Biblically, this is very biblical. Biblically, this is very biblical. That sounds awesome. I'm excited already.
And where it comes from, it's very similar, I should say, to the Jewish story, which is in the Old Testament. And it's in Exodus.
Sorry, one of you has Mom's playing back and
Did this guy just pop up in the middle out of nowhere? Who is this guy? They wanted it to seem like it was intimate, like they were just talking to each other, and she sat on her bed. He's hanging out in his perfectly color matched gray room. It's a little creepy. And then like the producer pops up. He's like, sorry, Mom's we're hearing from camera 3. Camera 3 and audio assistant producer 4 is saying that we got some feedback coming through. Somebody's doubled up. Can we get that taken care of?
your speakers.
Huh?
Did one of you turn your speakers up? Because I can hear you repeating.
I don't have no speakers.
Larry?
Did you turn your speaker up?
Yep, everything's up.
Go ahead and talk, Mom.
She said, yeah. They said, Larry? And he's like, yeah, I'm good. Did you turn your speakers up? Yeah, everything's up. He turned his speakers up maximum.
It's the devil trying to fuck with me.
Yeah. So you can hear me good, Mom?
Yeah, but you're echoing.
Am I echoing?
Yeah, one of you has
Turn your
playing
speaker down. I don't have a speaker. Turn your speaker down, Larry.
Oh, that's her real son. It's hard to tell because like this guy called her mom too. I didn't know if that was just a thing or if that was her real son.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now in Exodus, what it says is there are certain kind of Jewish
He's
people
gone now.
Which God told Moses, leave them there.
Right.
And Moses said, no, we want to bring them all.
Anytime. This is just a pointer. Anytime you're going to be on someone's show, absolutely try your best to have headphones. Even if they're the shittiest headphones ever, that's the only thing I ask people to do. I say, hey, you can use your phone, you can use your laptop, you can use whatever to do this interview. Just please have some headphones. It's so annoying when I can hear myself back. The audience can hear me. I can't even listen to myself back like when it's just me and have it turned up too loud because it throws my train of thought off because it's off by like a split, like a millisecond of delay. But when you're talking about a minute and a half of delay coming back to the speakers because you're watching YouTube, it's crazy. Just try to have headphones. Even the cheap ass ones that come with your phone work fine. It's just to separate the sound from your microphone is all it is.
And
a cell phone especially is just too small. I mean, the sound's coming out here, and then the voice wants to go in here. Like, you can't get them far enough away. You can't separate them. Not to mention the vibration through the body of the phone.
God says, nah, they don't want to go anyways. How it was 85%, well, it's like 80% of the Jewish slaves, it wasn't just Jews too, it was the slave class, the entire slave class. 80% of them didn't want to go. They were more than happy.
What? The bishop is the godson of Roseanne. Since when? Like, is that something new they decided since they both become famous? Or was she really friends with his parents and they asked her to be the godmother?
Stay there in Egypt. But it was something like 15% of them wanted to go. And
I just got an increase myself. Damn, IEDs cause issues. I believe you have a great chance now because is being put on blast. Yeah, I heard. I didn't hire a lawyer. Like, I'm doing it myself because they told me it should be easy enough to do it myself, and I did the first one myself. But I did have a lawyer reach out from YouTube, just to ask me if I needed any help or whatever. If I could run over my case with them, what I had done, what medical evidence I had, what bliss that, blah blah blah, what therapy and treatment I had. and she said I had a really good chance, and that there was a lot of people calling them out and talking about how shitty they were and this and that, and they've been trying to do better here recently, because the first time I went was years ago and it was shit. Now it seems like maybe someone's trying to call them out on their bullshit, and they're trying to step it up a little bit. I'm glad you got the rate increase you were looking for, bud. I'll never be able to explain. It's hard to explain the fear of IEDs and how it. Well, first of all, the fear of IEDs, just driving down the road and shit explodes, right? Everything explodes around you, or walking and shit explodes. But second of all, so when you first get in the country, it's like the fear of IEDs and how scary and horrifying they are, that you could just be there and then be gone, or your buddy be there and be gone. But secondly, how quickly it is that you get used to that, like get used to that shit and just forget about it. You still got to drive down the road. You still got to walk down the street. You still got to do what you got to do. And it might have been, 2 weeks ago, they blew a fucking truck of yours completely into mist, into dust. And now you're just walking down the street chit-chatting with your buddy. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. And some of the weird-ass tactics they had, and the way they watched us and changed their fucking tactics, and they would record us. Sometimes they would put shit out on the road. I know you know this, I'm telling my chat, but sometimes they would put shit out on the road to have us stop instead of run over it, just to see where we would stop and what we would do when we stopped. And they might do that once, they might do that 5 times. And they would be videotaping it to record what we did when we encountered like a foreign object or something on the road. And then that would help them know where to plant their IEDs and what were they, EFPs, electrically formed projectile, when they would plant their explosives for the next target, and they would record it and man, the whole thing's just crazy. Like, I knew war would be pretty fucked up, but what I didn't think about was how quickly you could go from absolutely terrified and just fucking people around you dying and shit going on and shit crazy, and to just talking the shit on the next mission, and just how quickly the mood swings would be there. That's what blew my mind. It was just, I don't know. I mean, some people didn't handle it well, but they were few and far between, and they got meted out or sent back home or whatever. But most people, you could go from man, I'm dying right here, and nobody, what's going to happen, blah blah blah, just barely escape death, and then 3 nights later you're back out on patrol, and you're like, what are you guys watching down there? What's up? Like, it was just crazy mood swings the way it went. EFPs 4 out of 5. Yeah, those some of a bitch. It makes like a flaming dart out of it. They can make them from a pop can or a 55-gallon drum. Those things are fucking wicked, dude.
% of those, they didn't want to go, but they went as spies for Egypt.
Yes. Wow. See, and nothing.
And they were the black magicians of Egypt. And they volunteered to go with the slaves that walked out of slavery. That was 12 tribes, 12 different tribes walked out of slavery, and they chose to go with them. And they went behind them. And as they left slavery, they got them on the weakest flanks. They destroyed their children.
Larry Gathers is not a big fan of the Jewish people or their story.
All the way through. And that's why
he must have a lot of respect for her, because she hasn't cut her off or nothing.
Until they were all died out. But they were called the Erev Rav, and they're still alive today. The Erev Rav, that they get paid for killing a whole bunch of Jews, getting a whole bunch of their own people killed. That's how they enrich themselves. So it's very biblical, and it's the same story, sort of.
It's the same story, Mom, because the Boulets, they don't protect their own people. Case in point, Oprah Winfrey's girlfriend, Gail Stale King, right after Kobe's death, instead of Gail King protecting the legacy of Kobe Bryant, she trashes Kobe Bryant's legacy. She interviewed a close friend of the late Kobe Bryant, former WNBA player Lisa Leslie.
I saw that.
Gail King was coming out saying about his rape case. The man was barely cold in the ground, but she didn't ask Kobe that when the man was alive. Did she ask?
But that's how all the news folks are. They have to do that. I mean, if they don't do that, they won't have a job. I mean, you have to understand. She doesn't have any power.
After that interview.
But she doesn't have any power, because they're like, you do this if you want a job. I mean, I've seen it. It's like the people that are making the green light decisions, they're never on camera.
They're slaves.
You don't know who they are.
That's it. Black people, not all, but a great percentage, they know what they are. They don't know who they are. So they rather call themselves 50 cent, quarter, nickel, penny, Ice Tea, Ice Cube, Ice Tray, Pit.
He did say that. He said something about the army be out here on the streets mowing down civilians with napalm. He's very confused. He also said firing napalm rounds from tanks.
Little Bow Wow, Little Kim, Big Puppy, because they're slaves, okay? And so the system will not allow them to be who they are. So they got to pick up these.
But wait a minute. I hear what you're saying, but I've got to include. I can't
Yes,
get
ma'am.
myself on camera. There I am. I keep going the wrong way. I'm dyslexic. Okay. But don't get this twisted.
This is what goes on in the Telegram group.
It's Britney Spears.
Oh my
The
Lord.
girl is a real slave. She has
Oh.
no civil rights whatsoever
None.
by law because
Right.
of her father and mother.
Y'all are fucking crazy, dude.
What does that do to an artist,
Something's
especially
wrong
an
with
artist
that
with mentally ill issues?
Yeah.
That is
She's a grown
completely.
woman.
I tell Mariah she has to perform or I'm going to trade her in.
She can't
The
control her
children.
money.
It doesn't work, but I tell her that.
Slave is a slave, you know, and I absolutely love the late Paul Mooney because he exposed the system as slave masters. You know, the Boule Secret Society, then in 1929, Margaret Sanger entered into Harlem, New York. She didn't go to Hollywood. She didn't go to Beverly Hills. She went to Harlem because she wanted to set up the first abortion black clinic in America.
Someone in chat said Bishop Larry Gaithers is her godson, is what they said in chat. I don't know. He calls her mom. And then the guy who popped up on screen called her mom. I asked why, and they said that he was the godson.
American history, in which she did in late February 1929. Who gave her that money to start the first black abortion clinic in American history? John D. Rockefeller wrote a check for $100,000, gave it to his best friend, Julius Rosenwald,
Oh.
members of the Sears Roebuck Company.
Ooh.
Julius Rosenwald wrote a $50,000 check, Mom, to Tuskegee University a
There
year
it was.
before he died. Why? To
Mom.
begin and to fund the syphilis conspiracy. Rosenwald was behind that.
Right.
Julius Rosenwald was one of the
We
founding
might jump ahead some here, chat.
along with John D. Rockefeller. Did your mom?
And that's
I
still
know
the
that you-
University of Chicago is still where all the dirt happens.
Oh, the dirt is. See, Valerie Jarrett's a devil. Do you know, Mom? Her grandmother was a woman by the name of Dorothy Taylor. Now, Dorothy Taylor, 10 years after Harlem, New York, subsidized a black abortion clinic in 1939.
I heard that that it wasn't that the apple or the fruit or whatever, that was all code for she was getting railed out by a snake. And that snake was that's how we got Cain.
Dorothy Taylor co-wrote the Negro Project, which was the final solution for the extermination through Planned Parenthood. Well, wait a minute now. Who's Dorothy Taylor? She
Not yet.
is the late grandmother of Valerie June Jarrett. Valerie June Jarrett is now supporting Dr. Little Tony Midget Fauci, okay, concerning this scam of COVID-19. So Valerie.
So if you Google Larry Gator's godmother, just if you search Larry Gator's godmother, it comes up as Roseanne Barr pops up. I don't know. That's the Wikipedia for Roseanne Barr pops up. I don't. That might be where I previously searched it. Maybe I don't know.
Who's a devil, and her father, Dr. James E. Bowman, who died in 2011, Mom, was a member of the Boule Secret Society, was the head within the Prisco School of Medicine at the University of Chicago, was the head of Black eugenics, the study of eugenics in connection to African American people. Well, Dr. James E. Bowman was a Black eugenicist who was paid not just by Planned Parenthood, okay, but by the Central Intelligence Agency to liquidate. And I hate this. I don't like to call this a black and
Yeah,
white.
it must be where I searched it before, because if I spell it right, it doesn't pop up.
Was a Black eugenicist. His mentor was a man by the name of Dr. Alf Alving, capital A-L-F, and his last name, capital A-L-V-I-N-G.
God gave him all his intel. I'm gonna skip ahead some.
Why did they kill him? Not just because he left the Boule, but the hotel, the Lorraine Hotel he stayed in, was owned by the Bailey family in Memphis.
Yeah, so that's one of the great Bible things. Dreamweaver, I've looked into that too, because he he's banished away and he ends up marrying. I asked a preacher that once about like what happened with incest and how did we all come from this, and he said that God could make sure that nothing bad happened, and he put his blessing on it because we had to start from somewhere. But yeah, it was just Adam and Eve and then their kids, and then Cain ran away or whatever, and then he finds someone to marry and he has a family. Like, I don't know, it didn't make much sense.
A part of the Boule Secret Society chapter in Memphis. So Dr. Pepper said that when Dr. King was shot,
Dr. Pepper
was still alive. Well, who set that up? Jesse Jackson set that up because Jesse Jackson changed Dr. King's room.
A lost book of the Bible called the Book of Q. Are you shitting me?
Not twice, 3 times, from the first floor to the third. Why? To give the assassins a better shot at taking out Dr. King. Why did Dr. King die? Dr. King was exposing the war in Vietnam.
Yeah, that's
it had nothing to do with fighting against communism. So there's a senator.
I want to see where she talks again.
Put some tears.
I just don't want to hear all his preaching, to be honest with you. He gets on my nerves.
Dr. Green Bland came body of Dr.
You notice Scott's never had him back on since all this happened.
There were traitors versus liberation. The deep state knew that they could not keep the black diaspora physically on the plantation. So they designed emancipation, which doesn't mean liberation. It means to have a redesigned new.
Are you the crow caller?
Psychologically,
That's
okay?
right. That's right. That's what they did. They did it too.
Oh yeah. See, that's not liberation.
I think that's why they really got rid of me. I think it was because
you
that's what I
exposed them.
spoke. That's what I spoke, and that was my connection because
Cain, father of the Canaanites.
I purposely didn't play their game.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because that's the most integrated class there is in America. And I wasn't going to let them, I was not going to let them resegregate that shit. And I knew that's where they were going. That's where they're going.
See, they play these games. Okay. If they can control you, they will try to compromise you. And if that doesn't work, they'll take you out because you expose them for who they are. You see, Valerie.
Years for them, and they'll get a lot of cancer, so we'll make money on that and the treatment of the cancer. We'll put on we're gonna. They want the entire working class busted down and gone. They want to bring in people that'll work for less. They want it's all dead and gone. They're taking bets on how we're going to die right now.
There is a medical phenomenon where a woman can have sex with 2 different men that are that within a certain period of time, like back to back, basically, and she can have what would equate to twins, but with 2 different fathers and different DNA. Because they each have a different father.
To amuse themselves, they're like, okay, we're gonna give them the stuff that'll eat their innards, and I say they're gonna be dead 30 to 60 days. I'll put $100 million on that. They all met in Idaho for this, and then they're like, okay, well, I'm gonna take a bet on this group here and how long it's gonna take us to kill them off. I say that they're gonna take 3 vaccinations, all of them. We'll put on a puppet show that'll tell them it's good, and they'll see that puppet show and they'll go do it. So I'd say 2 years for them, and they'll get a lot of cancer, so we'll make money on that and the treatment of the cancer. That's what they're doing. We're all prey, and we're too goddamn.
Yeah, Cain ended up in the land of Nod. I'm pretty sure that the land of Nod is actually, that's not even like researchers or whatever found it. It's actually mentioned in the book of Genesis, the land of Nod, on the east of Eden, I think is what it says about it. But yeah, after he killed his brother, Cain killed Abel. Then kind of banished, I think, banished.
Damn stupid to see it.
Walking the earth, roaming the earth, but he marries and has kids when they go back into the genealogy and they start naming blah blah blah, son of blah blah blah, son of blah blah blah. I mean, he had a family.
Oh, the COVID-19 vaccine is safe. Well, 95% of the vaccines, okay, through MRC5 per C6, they're made from the dead flesh and cells of dead aborted fetuses.
so's the fake meat. Oh my God, I was so I was doing that beyond, the Beyond the Meat, because my boyfriend's a vegetarian, and I'm like, then I saw a thing, because he's like, I love this meat is great. See, nothing has to suffer or die for us to have a meat taste. And then I heard what's in there. I'm like, gee, we're eating Soylent Green is people. It's all that movie. Everything's about that movie.
But the dead aborted
cells,
the vaccines too. It's in our food supply. It's in your coffee-made creamers under natural flavors. It's in your meat. It's in your creamers, your ice cream. We've been eating the liquid form of dead fetuses for decades.
For protein.
President Trump exposed them. Yes. Mom, do you know what high fructose corn syrup is? It's it's formaldehyde. That's what it is.
So I don't know if you guys have read Madison Marquette's book, but while we're talking about, women having sex with snakes, she actually went to the reptile exhibit one time a few years ago, and of course, all the snakes had their way with her. A couple lizards, some baboons, basically all the animals of the animal kingdom, and 2 zookeepers. Tragically.
Yes. High fructose corn syrup is formaldehyde. It's embalming fluid. We are.
Oh God! No! I can't take it.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde is high fructose corn syrup.
It's a high ingredient through ammonia. That's not only embalming fluid. It's a part of high fructose corn syrup. You're drinking death. You're eating death.
Everything
and we've
is
been
tree
doing
of
this
death.
for decades.
Everything is the tree of death.
Yes.
And you know why? It's because of those magicians that Moses took out. God told him to. God said, you leave them in, they're not going to do no good for nobody. And Moses was a liberal.
Yes.
That's why they were stuck in their desert for 40 years.
Moses was a liberal. He wanted to vote for Hillary Clinton, and that's why they had to wander the desert.
Because here's what Moses said to God, and this is the reason why he was not allowed to go into the promised land. See, nobody reads the Bible the right way.
That's right.
But Moses was a liberal, so he goes, they can change. Mm-hmm. And God said, no, these are an evil group. They cannot change. Trust me, I know. I'm God, and I'm telling you they can't change. And Moses goes, then you aren't keeping to the word you gave me, because you said everyone could change, blah, blah, blah. So God threw up his hands to Moses. He goes, well, have it your way, you'll see. And Moses did see over and over. They built a golden calf. They killed off the children and the weak. Every war, every suffering that's come to the Jewish people, they cause. The Nazis don't cause it. The Gentiles don't cause it. They cause all that happens to the Jewish people. And then they take their gift and go spread it to the African American people.
There's a if you believe in the bunch of the missing books of the Bible. There's a bunch of some that some people accept, some that they don't. There's a bunch of them that they claim are like the missing books of the Bible. Even if you don't believe them, they're just, I don't know, they're interesting stories, right? Collections of stories. One of them goes into Jesus's childhood, and like Joseph is working on something, and there's some kids playing around, and apparently like they're not playing with Jesus. So they're like running around, and they get up on the roof of a house, and Jesus uses his power to push one of them off the house, and breaks some bones, and that Joseph and Jesus are ran out of town.
People too. That's all their gift is getting rid of people and causing pain and suffering.
Now we're going to get rid of their diet now, Mom. This is not just neuroplasticity, where the brain becomes the shape of what we're thinking at that moment, which produces tumors. Then you have neuroparasitology because of our pain and trauma. Most Black folk, not all, but there's a certain percentage. I was on the Prime Minister show today.
Oh, no.
Oh, I like that guy.
Oh, he's
and
a true.
I like that woman that's on there with him, too. I can't
Sure.
Jen, isn't it Jen?
Yeah, I don't know. I was teaching the manipulation of Black pain and the weaponization of Black trauma. Whereas the deep state has been manipulating our pain, weaponizing our trauma against us because they know Black people are going to react. So we call this problem reaction solution, where the deep state creates a catastrophe. Okay, George Floyd, he's 6'6.5", but he's supposedly buried in a 6'1" coffin. Something's wrong. We're being lied to, Mom. So they create this catastrophe. We react, and we demand from the deep state.
So it was 40 years, right? They had to wonder for 40 years.
To solve the problem. which the deep state had already had the solution before they created the catastrophe.
Well, yeah, but that's called order out of chaos. That's their whole MO. They create chaos so they can look like they're bringing order from it. But, you know, they made the chaos.
Yes, that's right, Mom. That was tattooed on the chest of George Floyd. Let me tell you the reason why George Floyd died. George Floyd.
Because he swallowed a bunch of fentanyl.
Yeah, that. But also, George Floyd was
and the guy kneeled on his neck for 8.5 minutes.
Right.
Well, the guy kneeled on his neck. You can't deny that. We all saw it.
Exactly.
The guy is an idiot sitting there on the guy's neck for 8.5 minutes. What's he doing?
Derek Chauvin owed $100,000 worth of drug money to George Floyd. This is according to my contacts in the Minneapolis Police Department.
He owed $100,000 worth of drug money to George Floyd. George Floyd, the low-level drug user, I don't even know if he was a dealer, I suppose he sold drugs occasionally, that had to pass a counterfeit bill to buy something to eat, was owed $100,000. He was big in the drug game, $100,000. Derek Chauvin was just one of his customers, owed him $100,000. Gave it to him all on front. That makes plenty of sense.
So my contact said that George Floyd was taken out because he was going to expose the entire apparatus of the Minneapolis Police Department of being involved in drug trafficking in Minneapolis. At least 30 to 40% of the police force was on the take. So they take out George Floyd. Now, Mom, this is heavy. Back in December.
So they were so God commanded them what to do, and they refused. There was like the story of the 12 spies or from the 12 tribes were sent basically. They left to observe the land, to like go ahead and see where they sent spies ahead, basically like an advance party, and they were gone for 40 days to survey the land ahead of Moses, and they were supposed to report back about like could we grow crops there, what are the lay of the land, blah blah blah, whatever. But when the spies went and toured the land that they were headed for, they saw fortified cities and like they saw defense placements. They saw that there were people there that they were going to have to fight if they wanted this land, come out of the wilderness and go to this land. So they got scared, and they started to doubt God that they couldn't defeat these people or to have this land or whatever. So when they came back to report to Moses, they told Moses, and they said, like, we went to the land that you sent us, and it does flow with milk and honey or whatever. And they brought back fruit from the land, but they said, you know, the people who live there are going to fight for it, and they're fortified and blah blah blah. And they even call them the descendants of somebody. Like they kind of knew who they were. And when they decided not to make the trip like they were supposed to. Like God commanded them to go after they come back. They were supposed to go in there and blah blah blah. And they were supposed to take that land, and they decided not to. They started doubting God, so He made it to where they wandered for 40 years in the wilderness. Is supposedly the story. They come out of the Bible. So that's the 12 spies and the 40 years. The people who teach the Bible, like theologists and stuff, say the 40 years corresponds to the 40 days that the spies were there. So they got the punishment, you know, whatever fold years to days.
Of 2019, the FBI, along with the Department of Homeland Security, confiscated almost $1 million worth of counterfeit U.S. money that came out of China.
I heard that.
So now the serial numbers on that money match the serial number that was on the $20 bill that George Floyd had. That's why he was what did he know?
Oh,
here you go. About
there's another story that's in the Bible. This is in the Lost Books, where one of God's prophets was I can't even remember. I'm so bad with names. Anyways, he was preaching in a town, and he was commanded to leave that town and go into the next town. But when he come out on the road, there were children on the hillside that were making fun of him, and making fun of his bald head. I kid you not, making fun of the fact that he was bald. And this made him mad, and he prayed and spoke to God, and God commanded bears out of the woods to come down and to devour the children for making fun of a guy for being bald.
Almost $1 million worth of counterfeit money that the Minneapolis Police Department was involved in, as well as drug trafficking. Okay, but Mom, that didn't come out in the press until the following day after Kobe's death.
Oh my God.
The following day after Kobe's death, on the 27th of January, then it finally came out in the local press in Minneapolis. Well, what does Kobe Bryant have to do with this situation in Minneapolis? Kobe Bryant's widow, Vanessa Bryant, she is close friends with the former owner of the nightclub where George Floyd was a bouncer and Derek Chauvin was the head of security. Maya Santa Maria was the owner of the club, of the El Nove nightclub, where the club was the petri dish for prostitution and drug trafficking. Okay, Kobe Bryant used to frequent that club when he and Vanessa would go to Minneapolis once a year when the Lakers played against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Oh, this is heavy, Mom. So then, this is the Boule. This is heavy, these connections. So they take Kobe out. Kobe, listen, that helicopter came down at 180 miles an hour, not by itself. But who owned the helicopter? A company out of Van Nuys, California, the Island Holdings Group. But 3 years, they traveled to Chicago and bought it for $515,000 from the Marmon Group, which is owned by the governor of the state of Illinois, Jay Pritzker. Jay Pritzker owned the Sikorsky 76B helicopter through the Marmon Group, which is owned by the Pritzker family, and sold it to the Island Holdings Group for $515,000 3 years before Kobe's assassination in 2017. 3 years later, they took Kobe out. Kobe was set to go to trial. The Wednesday, the following Wednesday, had he lived, to LA Superior Court to expose the American pharmaceutical system of lacing the weight loss pills with opioid substances with Kobe's nickname, the Black Mamba, on those capsules. And on those bottles, the Novartis AG group that Kobe was exposing, because Kobe wanted, Mom, to create a new professional.
You ever notice when someone famous dies, it's kind of hit or miss whether they're going to make them, white hats or black hats in their little narrative, but they always grab them for their narrative. It's never just a random person that had a little bit of clout died. They're always, oh, this was part of this, or it was faked, or these people had them taken out, had this person, it's always something.
Basketball league in Saudi Arabia. So Adam Silver said, no, you can't do that. Kobe said, you don't tell me what to do. I'm not your slave. I'm not in the boule. So they threatened Kobe. Wait a minute. Who approached Kobe with an offer of $1 billion check to start a pro league in Saudi Arabia? A woman by the name of Princess Rima, capital R.
That's the heir to the throne in the Star Wars trilogy, Princess Rima.
She's the daughter of Prince Bandar bin Sultan.
Bandar, that's that thing that looks like a slug that lives on that one planet. And has the Sarlacc pit. That's Bandar.
Friend of the Bush family, and whose name is in the 9/11 Commission of providing housing for the 19 hijackers that brought down the World Trade. What in the world is Kobe Bryant involved with these people? So Kobe was black.
White hats.
The NBA, if you don't allow me to make this deal with Princess Rima at the behest of the House of Saul, I'm going to expose you, Adam Silver, because you're allowing LeBron James and Anthony Davis and many other superstars to bypass drug testing that is issued by the same company that Kobe was suing, the Novartis AG group.
For satire purposes only.
Along with 3 other pharmaceutical groups Kobe was suing, the NSAID Therapeutic Corporation, Acorn, and High Tech Pharmaceutics across Georgia. That's why Kobe was liquidated. 90% of that helicopter contained a chemical called magnesium, which is made to create.
No, if he'd have made Eve first, she'd have never shut the fuck up to where he'd get around to making Adam. She'd have just complained about the drapes and the temperature and the animals and how noisy they were and when are you going to get a job? When are you going to give me a man? There wouldn't have been time to make anything.
Hydrogen and atom bombs. Mom, that was an assassination. Kobe was set to go into witness protection, according to my high-level contacts. Why? Because what he had, not just on the American pharmaceutical industrial complex, Kobe Bryant had the goods on this Bonnie and Clyde team, Hillary and Bill Clinton.
Oh my God. Well, we better end this conversation right now. Because
we'll pick back up
we need
later,
to do that. We need to pick this one up. But
No. Look at getting hot in here.
today, I have to research because I never heard a lot of this, and I'm like blown away.
Can I say this
I've
real
got to
quick?
research so much of this.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how you keep. I don't know how you.
They might have adjusted her medication since we saw her last.
This in your head. I don't see you referring to any notes or anything.
No notes. I have no notes.
I don't know how your brains work to even.
I thank God for that. And you know,
carry
Mom,
around your body for one day.
do you know, Mom, the land where Kobe died is not only the 33rd congressional district in the state of California, 33 degrees in the Masonic order, but there's a corporation here in New York called the Open Source Society, owns that land. George Soros owns the Open Source Society, and thereby he owns that.
Oh my God! Oh no!
The sheriff that gave the press conference, Alex Benaway, he is the 33rd sheriff in the history of LA County. He's also the same sheriff that was at the scene of Tiger Woods' assassination.
Now listen. Next time you come on,
yes, ma'am.
I want you to let's put some of this together and say what it means. Let's get this together and say what it means and what we can do about it.
Yes, ma'am. It is
So
a
you
done
put that
deal.
in your pipe and smoke it. And I love you. And
3223 Skull and Bones, Skull and Bones.
I love you, Mom.
I wonder if they did a show today.
Thank you for being on today. I got a headache from you. I got a headache from you and all the research. Well, thank you
I
for
love
giving
you,
me
Mom.
stuff to think about. I love you too, baby.
Oh, love you, Jake.
He's speaking a bunch of shit, so he's speaking. A bunch of that bullshit. One Republic. It's already 2 o'clock here. I'm probably not gonna watch a full video of anything, but let's see if they had a new one. One Republic Network. I still got a mock video I want to go over on Gassar and Nassar. They haven't uploaded it if they did one. Let's go to wait, didn't she say Friday she was going to be exclusively on Rumble? Is that what she said? Because today's Saturday. Or did she say next week? They used to have a Facebook and YouTube, but they're going exclusively on Rumble, maybe? I can't remember. Somebody sent this in. Let's check out what this is. This will be a short one because it's a TikTok video, but... Will it not let me open it? Copy video address, maybe? Let's do this.
All right, so I'm sure people are familiar with the birth certificate, but I'm pretty sure people aren't familiar with this top cover page right here. This top cover page is from a federally authenticated birth certificate. The reason why I'm showing this is because I'd like to talk about the full faith and credit, which you can see right above my head, which is notified by the little asterisk right here. You see, full faith and credit is referenced in Article 4, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution. Boom, right here. It's also referenced in Barron's Dictionary of Banking Terms, 7th edition, as a commitment to Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution. Boom, right.
Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to public acts, records, judicial proceedings of every state, and the Congress made by general laws prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved and the effect thereof.
It's also referenced in Barron's Dictionary of Banking Terms, 7th edition, as a commitment to the local or national government to pledge its taxing payment of principal and interest on outstanding debt securities. It is also referenced in Barron's Dictionary of Accounting Terms as the backing of a debt of a governmental entity with all the resources of.
Oh no, they're trying to make the case. Is he naked? I don't think so.
Including its taxing and borrowing power, and bonds backed by the full faith and credit of the.
It doesn't look like he's wearing a shirt.
Are called general obligation bonds, which is defined as a security whose payment is unconditional.
God, you're making some great leaps here, but go ahead.
Promised by a governmental unit. And general obligation bonds are backed by the full faith and credit and taxing power of the issuing government, whether it is U.S.
Oh, see you, Karen. Thanks for joining us.
Well, I know it sounds like I said a whole lot of absolute fucking nothing but right off definitions, but there's something to explain and there's something to look into with this. So a couple things to comprehend. Number one, The Constitution of the United States is a banking/trust document. It is not just a contract, but rather a trust contract, where we, the people, are the beneficiaries to that.
So the reason that anything validated through the federal government, I don't know if this is official validation, would contain full faith and credit, is because this went through all the steps to be verified by the federal government and checked. And this could apply to anything. This isn't just a birth certificate, right? This could apply to anything. That's why it doesn't say birth certificate verification form. This could apply to anything, including stuff with monetary value. So it says, this is what it actually says. I certify that the document hereunto annexed is under the seal of the United States of Connecticut, and that each seal are entitled to full faith and credit. So the seals are entitled to each seal. It's sealed underneath that and proven to be accurate, and each seal is entitled to the full faith and credit. So they're saying full faith. So we went through, and if it's sealed, if it's got the state seal on it, that you can have full faith in it. It is a valid document, and the state knows that it's a valid document. And credit. If it has any monetary value, we are saying that that value is accurate as long as it has our seal on it. It has nothing to do with birth certificates. Again.
Contract, which is why you will find banking verbiage and accounting terms and financing terms within that contract. You see, the full faith and credit clause right below me, reference from Black's Law Dictionary 6th edition, states that various states must recognize legislative acts, public records, and judicial decisions of the other states within
I see you, Pepe.
Which is why you see it right here. You see, the hospital birth worksheet is completely different than the birth certificate. Reason being is because this is how your strawman was created, as a corporate version of yourself. Or better terminology to use would be a transmitting utility, something to interface in the commercial world. And the birth certificate is acknowledgement of corporate bankrupt existence, pretty much civilly dead, or rather debt, because to be in debt is to be dead, in legal terms. Which is why people need to start comprehending that these birth certificates are pledges to you, because you are the principal. Because you are the person who was named on the hospital worksheet, which then became the...
Absolutely not. None of this is true.
Which means you are...
So that's like me saying, okay, let's say that I am the cold beer confessional validator of paperwork, okay? And I say that anything that I validate, if it has my stamp on it and I signed it, you can trust that it's good, it's the right document, I verified it, and if it's worth any money, that money is accurate, okay? And that's what I say. That's what I put on everything I write. I got a big stamp that says it. And then you bring me a bank or a check from a bank, and I call your bank and I validate it, I go through it, and I put that still on it. That one's worth money. If you bring me a pile of dog shit and say, hey, I want this validated as a pile of dog shit, it's still going to say, I validated this, and if it's worth money, it's worth money, and if it said it was right, and I'm going to say, this is dog shit. That doesn't make that dog shit worth anything.
You are the person who they are.
So apparently, I just got a very cryptic email as well. I guess we need to watch this before we go. We'll have to see. This says... Bro, Jason Q's older brother got in touch with We the Pepe and asked him to pass this along. And it says Mason Q, not Jason Q, Mason Q has a message for Will Bird. So let's check this out. This should be good and hopefully not get me banned. Oh, no.
I got a message for you, boy. I'm Jason Q's older brother, Mason Q.
Mason Q.
And I need to tell you a little something about you talking about my little brother.
Uh-oh.
I need you to cease and exist.
I need you to cease and exist. Okay?
Because Jason is one of the most high IQ people that I ever did know.
Ever did know.
I'm just trying to tell you the truth. And let me tell you a little something else, boy. If you had legs, I'd already hunted you down and whooped that ass of yours, buddy.
If I would have had legs, he'd already hunted me down and whooped that ass.
But I try to respect people who don't.
Good morning. Sunday morning. We have a responsibility. We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Just passing the plate. Let me go to check to see if my birth certificate or SS card is paying out yet. If you don't hear from me, check the feds and pass a plate for my commissary account. Lol.
That's right. Passing the plate. Thank you, Mason. Hopefully not Mason Q, but thank you, Mason, for the donation to the cult. We got to get back into this death threat, but I appreciate it.
I respect people who don't have legs, Willie. Now, I have whooped a few people with one leg, but I ain't never whooped nobody that ain't had no legs. But that's where you get lucky, son. Because it's Spunky Q. My uncle Spunky Q was still alive.
Spunky Q, the uncle? Okay.
He wouldn't give no damns about you having no legs, son. He'd hunt you down and whoop your legless ass, son. That's beside the point. Uncle Spunky died in 2016. So he will be coming back.
On the spaceship. He died in 2016. He's coming back.
He just beat the deadline. So, I hope you wake up every morning and you be dreaming about Spunky Q. Because when he dropped in that spaceship, he ain't gonna be playing around. He gonna be taking names and kicking them asses of everybody talking about Jason Q, my little brother. That's right. And I'm tired of you talking about his drug dealer. That's what I'm tired of.
Drug doing.
I'm not him or nothing, but it's still offensive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So let's keep that drug stuff out of your mouth, son. Okay, Willie?
Keep it out of his nose.
Willie Bird. I want you to know something, son. I've already run them numbers on you. 7 plus 9 plus 13 plus 16 plus 12 plus 4 plus 3 minus 13 plus 16 minus 7 equals 69. Which that turns around, that equals Kazari and Jew. So I know all about you. But that's besides the point, Willie Bird. I'm gonna ask you one last time. I need you to cease and exist. Okay? And don't think this is gonna get wiped off the internet if 10 Days of Darkness starts tonight. Because, let me tell you, son, I'm gonna print this conversation off. As soon as I'm done.
He's gonna print it off and store it in his tote. He's gonna print off his conversation. That equals Kazari and Jew. I didn't know about you. This is hilarious.
I sure am. You heard that, right? I'm gonna archive it and print it off. So, Jason Q never comes back out of your mouth, son. Okay? Last time I'm gonna tell you, Willie Bird. And don't forget, Spunky Q will be back pretty soon.
And you can send that to the Vatican. That is from Mason Q, older brother of Jason Q, nephew of Spunky Q, coming out making these threats. Man, I don't know what we're supposed to do with that, but we've got it now. I guess we'll have to watch out for mentioning Jason's Q habitual drug use. That's beginning to overwhelm most of the drug dealers in his local area. He's had to branch out, travel further, get some imported in. But yeah, that was pretty good. Thank you for that. That was funny. Thank you. That was given to We the Pepe, and that's all I know about it. Guys, that's going to be it for tonight, probably. I'm going to go ahead and download the mock video and the Nino video because I'm afraid they'll delete them tonight, and I want to at least cut some parts out of them. I don't know how you got my contact info. That's right. I'm going to download those because I don't want them to delete them tonight. So I'm going to grab them right quick. And then even if I got to watch them tomorrow and cut some parts out for us so we don't have to watch them all. But I probably shouldn't have watched all of everybody's videos. I didn't realize it's because I started late, but it's already 2:15 here. So I'm going to hop off here, guys. Thank you for that. Thank you for the donations tonight. I appreciate it. Mason, Dreamweaver, John Frank, Brother Scott starting it off. We also had some over on Buy Me a Coffee. Let me refresh that. And I'm sure we had some on the GoFundMe come in while I wasn't really looking. Yeah, we had 2 come in on the GoFundMe. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And the Buy Me a Coffee, where's it at? See if I can get it. It has so much trouble reloading. Like I always keep it open and refresh it. Maybe I should just close it and type it in every time. It does not like to refresh. We had someone bought you 10 6-packs saying hi to Mariah. Dwayne Boudreau bought you a 6-pack. Judy, that was probably from last night. Judy bought you a 6-pack saying Jason Q hurts my head. And yeah, I think that's it from tonight. Deb Bell, you can bitch at me anytime. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for hanging out with us. We'll be back tomorrow with another show. And hopefully I'll be on time tomorrow. I don't have any plans or nothing, but I've got to pull those videos down and make sure they don't get deleted. Everybody have a good night. We'll see you on the next one. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for coming on late. I appreciate it. We'll see you on the next one. Have a good night, guys. Willie Bird.
These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby eating heathens. Believing in reasons with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird, motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't.
I gotta go download these.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Oh. 2F bought you 3 6-packs. He's gonna whip that ass. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. He might do it.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic.
I think this is it.
Or
no, it's not actually.
But I can tell you,
Really didn't already pull it down, or is this it?
to see this particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to
Biden
call out the people on this planet
Damn it! Did he already pull it down? That's alright. I had to grab it off BitChute, but.
and tell them the rest.
Say this word: Uyghurs in concentration camps.
You don't have balls.
Did you just hear that? Hold on.
Here we go, I think I started.
He says that the Chinese have Uyghurs. He doesn't understand that word that starts with like the Y is pronounced Uyghur Muslims. He calls them Uyghurs. Hold on.
Uyghur, I can't. Haley said that China has 1 million Uyghur. I can't say this word. Uyghurs in concentration camps.
Uyghurs, Uyghurs, Lugers. They got in concentration camps.
Uyghur, I can't say this word. Uyghurs in concentration camps. Cuba is beating protesters and Venezuela.
See you guys. Don't let them Uyghurs get you.
I'm starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex.
I'll give him. It is spelled really weird. If you ever see the word Uyghur Muslims, I did not. When the first time I'd ever seen it, I was like, "What the hell is that?" I had to look it up.
Superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place.
Yeah, you're more than you can send it to me at coldbeerconfess@gmail, or I can go. I usually grab it from different places. I can get it on BitChute and download it. It doesn't matter. If you want to send them to me, that's fine. We're covering so many people on so many nights, and it's taking up so much time. I'm probably gonna have to get some help eventually of like some of the grifters that we need to watch their full videos of having people go through them, and you don't have to cut it or nothing, but if you watch it and write down timestamps, that way I can find some of the best parts quicker, because I don't have time to watch 15. We don't have, the show's not long enough to watch 15 people and try to go through every one of their clips and every funny thing they say. We're going to have to figure something out. And hopefully this phase will die off soon, and we can start spotlighting people, like doing a big show on like one grifter or one televangelist or one this or one that, I'm hoping that works out. What we'll do is we'll spend maybe Monday through Thursday doing research and clips and this, and then Friday night, Saturday night, we'll have one big exposed show to try to take it all down and give out the best info then. I think it'll be fun. Yeah, thanks for joining us, guys.
Not yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. They say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking.
We're just finishing up, Garrett.
Over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They be working copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Ass on stolen bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of night?
Yeah, it's UYGHURS Uyghurs.
Shit, Will Bird, motherfuckers out here busting the griffs. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets.
We can do the fruitcake commercial if you guys want to see it. Let me close my background out, and we'll see you on the next one. I'll play the
You're a pussy.
just confess, no IONAL, just cold beer confess at Gmail.
Really?
Sorry about that. CONFESS, cold beer confess at Gmail. Let me kill my camera. We'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna play the commercial out.
This particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
And now, time for an ad in collaboration with PSF. Hello, folks. It's Will here. In collaboration with PSF, I would like to bring you this special announcement to you in an uncertain time. I know that we're all looking for information. The greatest commodity on today's market is information. Where do we find this information? How do we interpret this information that we see? Well, one place that we can look to for this information is our fearless leader, Donald Trump. And we at PSF would like to do a service announcement to let you guys know how to decipher this information. Now, there's a couple things that we all know. When you see Donald Trump with silver hair, it's time to buy silver. Silver futures are going through the roof. It's time to buy silver, no matter what other commodities you own. Sell them, buy silver. This is literally someone of a higher power looking out for you. And we know, or we should know, when you see Donald Trump with gold hair, it's time to buy gold. Forget silver. Sell it all. Buy gold. It's going to go up. You're going to make money. And physical gold and gold futures, buy gold when you see gold hair. It's pretty simple, but there has been a confusing time for us patriots out there. That time would be when you see Donald Trump with orange hair. What do we do when Donald Trump has orange hair? Think about it, folks. It's not that complicated. When you see Donald Trump with orange hair, I want you to think PSF. Orange, oranges, tangerine, fruit, right? PSF. Everybody knows that PSF stands for Patriot Street Fighter. But it can also stand for Patriot Street Fruitcakes. Make sure you invest in fruitcakes. Physical fruitcakes, fruitcake futures, fruitcakes for your neighbors, fruitcake ingredients. When you see orange hair, when you see the fruit of orange hair, you think PSF. And never forget, Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us for this public service announcement. PSF is fruitcakes, is not associated with Cold Beer Confessional in any way, shape, or form. Please be advised, we cannot condone any activity done with fruitcakes, any money lost because of fruitcakes. If your neighbors hate fruitcakes or you're allergic to fruitcakes, all we know is that Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you on the next